Good afternoon, welcome back, hope you're well, and hope you enjoy this kind of Brucey bonus stream of the week as well. I've managed to drop the puppy off at the in-laws for one more PMDG 777 freighter video stream just before the launch, which is expected today. It's around about 1600 Zulu, so watch this space. It may well go live just after we finish today. So with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, we're on the VATSIM network and we're powered by Navigraph. Which we've also got, for all of you watching, a free 1-month code for all new Navigraph users as well. So we'll show off some of the new features available in the latest Navigraph updates and all that sort of stuff, as well as showcasing this wonderful twin jet beast as well. We're flying off to the brand new MKStudios Zurich Airport in Switzerland, and we'll be checking that out as well for the very first time today. So lots of new stuff, shiny for today. And when we do get on the ground at Zurich, I'll probably leave it to disembark and things, and get all the cargo offloaded, at which point I will run downstairs and grab myself a can of Hawkstone Stout that I've had delivered. They've Jeremy Clarkson's beer company thing. They've made a what you call it, like a competitor, I suppose, for Guinness, which I love. So I thought I'd buy some. It got delivered about 20 minutes ago, so I've got a can in the fridge ready for the flight back to East Midlands today. So 2 sectors, 1 big shiny yellow and red aeroplane, and some Navigraph juiciness and some new scenery in the middle. What could go wrong, eh? So we'll dive straight in to the charts to begin with, just to show you guys some of the new features, not least the new traffic functionality here. So you can turn it off and on. If you use IVAO, you can use the IVAO section. We're using VATSIM for today.
J0honey_and0 cash donated €5 through Super Chat. Hello there. It's already beer o'clock for me here in Germany and I'm glad to join the stream.
It's always
Zurich,
somewhere.
Switzerland. This is almost where I come from.
Johnny No Cash, thank you matey, appreciate the super chat, very generous of you. It's always beer o'clock somewhere in the world, isn't it? So I'll be looking forward to it. I'll let you guys know what it's like as well. So that's the new function there. We've got this online networks beta, which is pretty swish, and with that you can see all the aircraft that are flying around in the skies of VATSIM at the moment. You can see their call signs, and with that their ground speed, true airspeed, altitude heading, the call sign, aircraft type code, and the route that they're doing as well. So that one there we've highlighted is Edinburgh to Stansted. Very cool. We can also have a little look at EGNX. Let's see. This is all new stuff. I think we go into here, networks. So we've selected East Midlands today, and it shows you all of the available stands at East Midlands at the moment. We're there, occupied stand 103, that's us. World Express 601 Charlie, and 12 minutes from departure as well. So that's occupied, and you can see there is also, we've also got Zato and his Antonov Mira on gate 201 as well. Delayed by 6 hours 48 minutes. Not surprised. Yeah, so really cool. When we get towards Zurich, we can also go into Zurich, have a look at networks, and look at this. We can see all of the different terminal areas, along with all of the gate assignments, whether they're occupied or not. I've got to work out where the cargo dogs end up parking here as well. But we'll get into it. We'll see what we've got. So there's a way to toggle and visualize your real-time traffic from VATSIM and the IVAO networks using the Charts app. We've also got ATC sector view, which we'll look at during the flight today when we get up into the air. Although actually, in fairness, we could do the first thing, because we've got a controller online, I think, for this section. You can see there, just highlighted roughly in this kind of border area here. Although I need to work that out, because I can see it, but I just can't quite work it out yet. So if I zoom on out properly, you can see the ATC sectors that are kind of isolated from each other. So you can roughly see those as well. That's pretty cool. It's a new feature that I haven't yet played with. We'll fiddle around with that in flight to work it out. We've done gate availability, checking our gate occupancy and departure statuses. And yeah, if you want to get 1 free month of Navigraph, thanks to our friends over at Navigraph, it's exclusive to new Navigraph users using the code that's linked in the live chats today. I've pinned it for you guys, and with that you can sign up and get 1 month free on behalf of the channel, which is pretty cool. John, good evening to you in Brisbane, 11 PM, and it's super warm for you. Nice, hopefully you've got air conditioning and stuff. 7878 Azerbaijan Airlines fan says wants to see a Lufthansa 777 freighter at Luton soon. It's insane. Welcome to Peter, David as well. Good afternoon, Zato, Badger, Mikhail, great to see you, matey. I've updated that server thing in Discord as well with the little Santa hats. Thank you for that. And the commentator living on a player, good afternoon as well. Appreciate you guys all being with us today. Ian, hello, matey. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a good week so far. Mathis, welcome from PMDG. Thank you very much. Says have a good flight. Good luck for the release today. I know there's a lot of people looking forward to this awesome bird. Frank B says, what is being released? The 777 freighter or airport? So, both. The 777 freighter from PMDG should be releasing today in a few hours from now, roughly. It's not available yet, so this is still a preview, I suppose. And we've also got MKStudios Zurich Airport to go and sort of top it off, a little icing on the cake, so to speak. It's about an hour and 30 flight there, hour 45 on the way back. The winds are quite strong on the way back, so we'll try and make some good progress on the way and get ourselves ahead of the game. So where are we? Most of the pre-flight's already done. We know how to do that in these now, thanks to the familiarity of the 777-300ER that we've had for a little while now. So we've done the POS-init page. I've populated all of this today, and the SimBrief route import worked beautifully as well today. So that's something I struggled with last time because I couldn't quite remember how to do it. I've reminded myself now, and that's worked nicely. And flaps 5 for takeoff, cell temp at 49, and takeoff profile 2. You can see our V speeds there as well. So V1141, rotate 142, V2 147. And there's our profiles as well. So what have we got? Gross weights and things like that, just so you get an idea of the weight today, folks. We are full of cargo, almost. So pretty heavy. We're tracking the flight on New Sky, our virtual airline client, for today as well. And you can see there we've got zero fuel weight of 194 tons effectively, and a takeoff weight of 212.6 tons. 212,600 kilograms of weight to get this majestic beast in the air. So all the routes are done, and including our departure for today. So if I just go back to here, pop the charts back on, there's our routing. So we're taking off on 27 on the Daventry 3 November departure. We need to get our clearance as well. So after takeoff 1 DME, we're turning 223 degrees, climbing up to a maximum of 9,000, up to 7 DME from the localizer, and then turning 158 degrees inbound to the Daventry VOR 116.4, which should be tracking itself. From there, routing down through the south of the UK, crossing directly overhead London Heathrow and Biggin Hill, before routing over to Dover, crossing over the top of the port, over to Coxey in Belgium, and then working down to Switzerland, where we have that beautiful mountainous approach that we've not done on this channel for a little while as well. David says, remember when you were on the fence about Navigraph? It was a very long time ago, wasn't it, actually? And I did resist it because I was quite happy with ChartFox at the time, but my goodness, now you look back to the functionality differences and how much stuff has progressed in the sim. What they've been able to do is quite remarkable. What do we got? So London Centre 132,605. I'm not convinced that he's controlling us. 132,605. No price information or anything yet. 132,605. Oh, somebody's just asked that in the live chat.
For the company, Kilo 1 for your Kilo. Golf Romeo Tango.
Rank 8 Victor Delta, runway 22, clear to land, with 2706 knots.
Zas is currently listing down the Easter eggs so I can put together for the Osprey World Cargo 777 freight delivery.
605 knots.
Straight land, runway 22, Blue Max 8, Victor Delta.
We've got information
Right,
Charlie at the
107
moment.
Golf, turn left heading
So I'll just get this up on the
330
screen for you folks.
Left
Use
330,
this
right, 107
tool.
Golf.
And that way you can read it. So, information Charlie, runway 27, transition level 70, data link clearances are available, departing aircraft, make initial contact with London Control on 132607, Cavalcade QNH 1016, so I need the squawk code, LOSC, so I could do data link, been a while since I've done this.
Thank you, stand 76, your push and start is approved.
Push that through 76, on Kilo X-ray.
Charlie, LOSC, gate 103.
Vivo Concorde 189, monitored advisory.
Concorde?
122.8.
Right, so I'll send that, I'll see what happens. I think that's all we need to do. Again, it's been a while, so I may have made a mistake like that, for example.
5008, QNH 1017, radar 107.
Let's see what happens. We'll give him a minute. LOSC. So if you can get things like this,
with the left turn out,
your data link stuff working, when you've got a centre controller online that we do at the moment, because they're covering most of the south of the UK from East Midlands down to Heathrow and all that, including Stansted and Birmingham. If you can get a data link clearance, then perfect. That's going to be really useful.
When established on T7 right,
so I think I need to, now I've connected to him, I think now I need to actually request. Oh, hold on. Exit. There we go. Being processed. So departure request status. So that's the controller saying, I've got it. I'm just going to check your route, and then you'll get your clearance shortly. So we wait.
London Control,
we didn't show this last
afternoon.
time, so I'm happy that I'm able to kind of work through this and remind myself about how the data link stuff works in this as well, because it is pretty cool.
To Zurich with information
That's already
Charlie
closed already.
AM 225.
We'll get the APU fired up as well.
255, London Control, hello, cleared to Zurich via.
I was going to use a different livery today, but figured actually we'd stick with this, that we used it yesterday, because we parked it at the same stand the other day. I thought, actually, let's fire it back up. Just going to turn the pumps on, get the APU fired up, tanks are empty.
Golf Romeo Tango, line up on my 20.
There's Zato and the Antonov.
Line up on my 20, Golf Romeo Tango.
Whee, lovely. That might be Badger, I'm not sure.
Rhino 107 Golf, turn left heading 310.
Abdallah Adley says, what's your opinion about Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 and which sim do you prefer? MSFS 2020 or MSFS 2024? 2024 has it, it's had its issues, hasn't it, with launch, but it's not. It's not something that I hate. I find it somewhat frustrating, however, because it's got a lot of bugs, like this sim did when it first launched. There was so many problems with it for the first few months, and then it's become stable. And we're experiencing the same again with the new simulator, which is again pushing technology to the limit with streaming all the photogrammetry and all the aircraft and all that sort of stuff. So I don't dislike it, but this sim, MSFS 2020, it works now, doesn't it? And it does well, and we know what to expect from it and all that sort of stuff. Here's our PDC. So cleared to Zurich. Off runway 275, damage 3 November, initial climb to 90, squawk 0475.
I know I said a left turn out, I actually got my sort of orientation wrong from Chichester and Shoreham there, so you can continue that left side back over the airfield towards Chester.
475. QNH 1016. Report aircraft type and stand number on 1320605 when fully ready. So we're going to accept that. You can see there it's accepted. And that then sends another ping back to him to say, I've accepted the clearance. And all that sort of stuff, so happy days. And you can do the same with all this kind of stuff as well if you want to, but I like to do the rest with chat. Ashton, welcome mate, how are you? Hope you're good. Badger, good afternoon. APU's good, so we'll get rid of that as well. So that's both external power now disarmed, so what we're going to do is release all.
118.505.
Ground connections, release. Sort my seat out so it's nice and comfy. Park brakes set.
From here, Tango traffic is your company, Cessna 172.
Where's me pushback tug? There he is. We've got Menzies today doing the magic. We'll then prepare for pushback and departure because we're not technically, even though the aircraft is fully ready, we're not fully ready because we haven't got the tug attached. Certainly when it's busy.
Just check your mode Charlie, your transponder is selected on, please, and traffic, as you're aware, your company's just departed.
There you go, FSM, EGNX 601 Charlie, data link clearance received, clearance confirmed. So that's the controller now saying that it's taken all the rest of it, look. So now he's owning us on the data link. Right, checklists. So oxygen's tested, flight instruments, heading altimeter, we've got initial climb to 9,000, runway heading minus then the first turn, 223, and then indicated airspeeds, V2147. MCP, takeoff speeds, CD pre-flight's complete, trim is 00, aileron 00, taxi takeoff briefing completed, beacon lights on. Done. So before taxi checks are next, we'll have the startup checks. Right. So we're 103 and we're a 777-200 freighter.
Ryanair 107 Golf, turn left heading 260 degrees.
Should be good for the pushback. Long taxi.
Easy 48 Mike Romeo, thank you. Stand 48, push and start approved.
Push up in, thanks, 48 Mike Romeo.
On the control, good afternoon.
Ooh, I was about to transmit.
Get in 195 London.
787 Airlines fans says, I'll take it there'll be freighter tutorial soon. It's basically the same process as the 777-300ER. Got a control, good afternoon, World Express. 601 Charlie, stand 103, fully ready, request push start, 777-200 freighter.
Roger, just stand by a moment, break Turkish 86 lever, QNH is 1019, expect runway 27 right.
Oh yeah, look down at my piece of paper then, and then realised I never wrote my actual call sign down on my sheet.
World Express 601 Charlie London, hello to you. QNH is 1016, your push and start is approved.
I think it's that one, left. QNH 1016, push start approved, World Express 61 Charlie.
Ryanair 107 Golf, turn left heading 180 degrees.
Car brakes released. Beacon lights are on. Pumps all set as required. Hydraulics, packs, all that stuff. Auto start is on. So we'll start left first. Work down. I know the other day I started both at the same time, but it's not actually supposed to happen that way, I don't think. I hope I've selected the right direction of travel.
London Control is for Justin Smash. Good afternoon. We're at 4,000 feet inbound, Delta Echo Tango 31.
Easy 364, London Control, hello, climb flight level 240.
Climb flight level 240, easy.
Get rid of the music for now, shall we?
Romeo 1, short of runway 23.
Easy 465,
Listen to those
London, hello, runway 22.
bassy sounds.
Takeoff with 2705 knots.
Take off runway 22, easy 465, Juliet.
Better, thanks for subscribing, welcome. If you are new to the channel, folks, tuning in for the very first time, then hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to give us a little like throughout the journey today if you do enjoy today's live stream as well. And check out that pinned message in the live chat where if you are new to Navigraph, you can get 1 month for free, courtesy of the link on this stream. And it's exclusive to this stream, or this channel as well. It's only valid for a few weeks, so check all of that out. More information is in the description for today's live stream as well, so you can just expand the description for today's video and you'll see more info with that. Engine 1 is good, start right. Run.
KLM 195, just check the score code at 0513.
Sorry, 0513, sorry.
Fraser, yes, David, that's the one.
364, redirect to Brookman's Park, Bravo Papa Kilo.
Get rid of that.
So, is it short? Can I get the direct, please?
ASO, direct Bravo Papa Kilo.
We could probably hide that for now.
Turkish 86, Lima, turn left, heading 360 degrees.
Upright set.
360, Turkish 86 Lima.
And Golf Romeo Tango, I think you're visual with the traffic just off your right hand side there, your company. My service does terminate though, so you can just switch to advisory 122A, bye bye.
122.8, thanks for the service, Golf Romeo Tango.
Lovely.
Golf November Delta, yeah, traffic just behind you.
Oh yeah.
Colleague there and wants them to switch those to advisory now, switch to 122A, goodbye.
There's the first screenshot of today.
Thanks for the service, November Delta.
No worries.
Yeah, the controller on at the moment is one of the most senior, most experienced in VATSIM UK. Fantastic air traffic controller. Right, so that's the start sequence completed. Just going to work down panels.
Claim 340 EJ 4650.
Easy 54 Whiskey Lima, hello, client flight level 290.
Flight level 290, if 54 Whiskey Lima.
So I've got the AP off. Where's my checklist?
Mike Romeo, Roger, taxi via Delta.
Anti-ice as required. TCAS is off at the moment, but you can cancel and then recall any warnings. We'll get the TCAS warning back, but that's fine. Water brakes set to RTO, that's my rudder pedals. And then flight controls, as soon as we're on the subject. So we'll bring that screen up. We're watching the dispatcher up there as well. Fully left. Fully right. All the way back. All the way forwards. Fully left on the rudder. Back to neutral. Fully right on the rudder, back to neutral, and we need to also make sure the stab trim is set to 4, and it is for the departure, so that's good. So that's set, aileron trim is 0, rudder is 0, transponder just going to pop it on at the moment for now, just one less click for me to worry about later. That's on RTO, LNAV, VNAV arms, all the throttle master arm is on, and taxi lights. Flaps 5 would help as well, Lukey. So that's in motion. Should we go? No price just yet.
Shuttle 8 Alpha, direct to Trent, Tango November Tango.
November Control Shuttle 8 Alpha, I was just about to call you up actually. We need to return to Heathrow. For whatever reason, our fuel guy didn't put the fuel in.
Okay, that's fine. Descend flight level 70.
You're supposed to check that before you push.
70110 degrees.
Well, that's technically an emergency then. What Express 601 Charlie, request taxi.
What Express 601 Charlie, thank you. Taxi by Alpha, holding point Alpha 1, runway 27.
Thanks, Taxi Alpha, hold point Alpha 127, What Express 601 Charlie. Yeah, buddy.
Turkish 86 Lima, that's fine.
Little dabby old breaker-roonies.
Aircraft that called for taxi, just say again the call sign, please.
And we're in freight mode today, so power. Speed of power.
Roger. Just give way to the 777 and then turn right on Alpha.
Yeah, you give way to me, Zato.
Roger, we'll give way to the 777 Alpha and Alpha 1 Antonov.
Alpha male twin jet coming through.
London, good afternoon. Super 917 Quebec, inbound Sasky, flight level 350.
Oh yes, look at that reflection of the anti-collision light bouncing off the concrete as well. Stunning. There's Antonov 225.
Turkish 86 Lima, left heading 290 degrees, cleared ILS 27 right.
So what have we got? That's all done. Back to the old checklists. Flight controls, ground equipment's clear, normal. Flaps 5 before takeoff, and then we've got after takeoff checks. That's all good. We'll clear the screen. I feel like I'm getting my momentum back with this aircraft as well, by the way. You might have noticed the other day I did that stream, and it had been so long since we were in a 777 on the channel that I kept forgetting various things, and I kept doing Airbus stuff, which got a bit confusing. Oh yeah, let's get the tow guy tracker on. So that got a bit confusing. Started to make a couple of little mistakes here and there. But nevertheless, I feel like today I'm in the groove.
Charlie Alpha London Controller, can I get ILS data for the approach Heathrow?
14 knots. Room, room. Down the hill. It's going to help carry the speed.
It'll be ILS 27 right.
Can I book an approach?
Can you have the approach?
I was wondering if you're putting me onto an approach or just vectoring straight in.
Shall I have oh, sorry, I meant to meant,
You have to click the pen for good luck, Matthew, absolutely. But not 3 times, because it goes James Bond on you.
Fine, I'll see Shuttle 8
Turkish 86 Lima, contact tower 118.505.
Am I tracking this on New Sky? Yes.
118.505, you're doing a great job, mate. Cheers.
Stuart 306, hello, climb flight level 210.
How many of you have used the new Navigraph function with all the traffic overlay and all that kind of stuff over the last few days? So I'm interested to hear, ever since it's been released a couple of weeks back. It is a feature that's already available, the Navigraph stuff. Hopefully you all agree, thinking that it massively enhances immersion and the realism that you get in the sim.
Easy 5 for Whiskey Lima, switch to advisory 1228, goodbye.
Stay in the com 28, goodbye, Easy 5 for Whiskey Lima, sorry.
Super 917, Quebec, top to south. Super 917, Quebec, thanks.
And then we've got these good old taxi charts helping us as well.
160 level.
How's he going? Oh, he's coming to Zurich with us. BCS 67 Charlie, A330 300. Very nice. And Zato's behind me as well.
Thanks. The surface wind is 2205 knots, runway 15, clear take.
Ground speed's 20. Don't want to go much faster.
On the good days, Osprey 2 inbound, Listo, climbing 3, flight level 110.
Oh yeah, there's an Osprey in the air.
Alpha, descend altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1019.
4,000 feet, 1019.
That legendary virtual airline of champions.
7 Alpha London Control, good afternoon.
I love this Pyrig Devco Edinburgh. Sorry, East Midlands Airport. It's lovely.
235.
So for those of you flying with Osprey Airways, I've added a whole load of extra aircraft into the fleet. So we've got, I think, 7 or 8 777 freighters now in the fleet, ready to go for launch. We've got various routes which crisscross over America, connecting Anchorage through Denver, Vegas, Los Angeles, Memphis, Boston and New York, and then hops across to the UK. There's a whole lot of kind of nice web of networks that stretch from Anchorage all the way across to sort of Dubai. Depending on how much people do the long haul stuff, I might expand that as well, but we'll play it by ear. Let's get the charts off the screen.
Well done, good afternoon, Griffin 34, Romeo passing 2,900 on the Bogney 1X.
Griffin 34, Romeo London.
My Streamlabs does weird things, so I loaded up my Streamlabs today, and for some reason it had re-enabled the New Sky, that screen, on. I hadn't clicked anything. Very odd. Right, so TCAS is off.
Beaver 306, turn left heading 140.
Pop that on proper now. That clears that with TA only, and then I'll do another recall just in case.
Antonov 255, just check the squawk code.
That's on automatic.
2150.
Okie dokie. Supernumerary areas all ready to go.
2150, Antonov 255 Super.
Osprey 27 Alpha, climb flight level 370, direct.
Ground ops, door management,
Level 370, direct brig in Osprey 27 Alpha.
Ford Express 601 Charlie, runway 27 clear to take off with 2107 knots.
Runway 27 clear for takeoff, Wood Express 601 Charlie.
Griffin 34 Romeo.
18 knots, so just scrub the speed down to that 10 to 15. Lights, signs, that's all looking good. We've checked the data. And that VNAV arms lining up. There's the old towers over there. Germany! Even though the new sky economy is broken, does Osprey still turn a profit every day, Shaquille says. No, we've over the last few weeks we've noticed a good old drop in profit stuff. But granted, that might be the fact that I've not been streaming as much either. Matthew says Osprey Airways is the best virtual airline. Okay, we'll keep her rolling, because that is the most efficient way to get these things in the air. We've already got 9 knots on the go, so as we start to line up now, I'm going to command 50%, thereabouts. Get that nose wheel straight.
Shuttle 8 Alpha, turn right, setting 240 degrees. When established on 27 right, descend glide path.
Airspeed's alive.
Okay, Toga.
Turn right 240 when established, descend glide path. Please go Shuttle 8 Alpha.
London Control, good morning.
Let's go quickly outside. Oh yeah!
3000.
Through 100 knots already.
653 Hotel London.
Slight crosswind.
Now, flight level 190.
I've enabled lots of call-outs as well.
Level 190, easy 653.
B2.
Turkish 86 Lima, hello
Let's see
again.
if Robert.
Left setting 090 degrees.
Gently up, and then we just
Left
can
setting 090.
into that crosswind. So we've got the positive rate call as well. Gear up.
Flight level 370.
Could you repeat the direction again for...
Love the way this hand flies.
340 A direct to
Get those doors
Sierra
closed.
India Tango, Echo Tango, climb flight level 370.
31000, autopilots engaged. That's disarmed, runway turn off lights off, taxi lights off, checklists. So flap retraction schedule next, and we're turning left.
306, direct Hardy.
We're up, folks. Lovely job, Lee.
Antonov 255, runway 27 clear for takeoff with 2107.
Nice efficient use of the runway there. There goes East Midlands. We'll be back there later.
World Express 601 Charlie, climb flight level 230.
Climb flight level 230, World Express 601 Charlie.
Shuttle 8 Alpha, contact tower 118.505.
230, we're retracting the flaps, that's running up at the moment.
Easy 653 Hotel, redirect Brookman.
And the aircraft's now pitching accordingly. Watch there, that Vietnamese starts to slide up now once the slats start to retract beyond a certain limit.
Easy 465 Juliet is back.
There we go, flaps up.
Easy 465.
And look at that, off it goes.
Roger. Just stop your climb.
That speed tape.
Level 290. There's traffic that's just going to cross the buggy.
From stop 2 meters through Easy 465 Juliet.
Easy 48 Mike Romeo, switch to advisory now for higher 1228, goodbye.
So I see 1228, thanks for Midlands Airport, bye. Chevron 107 Golf, stand 59 Birmingham.
And turning, we'll follow the turn with the heading button.
Bye-bye. No worries, have a good one.
So descent's next on the checklist, we don't need that. We can get the legs page up through standard pressure, and the standby instrument's the same.
40.
It just looks absolutely brilliant, this sim, even for this being sort of 4 years old. Matthew, morning.
Easy 653 Hotel, climb flight level 3.
Zato's bold, isn't he, flying the Antonov on VATSIM.
Easy 653 Hotel, climb flight level 300.
Climb flight level 300, easy 653 Hotel.
World Express 601 Charlie, redirect to begin.
Redirect begin, World Express 601 Charlie.
Osprey 27 Alpha, redirect to Coxie, Kilo, Oscar Kilo.
Redirect Coxie, Osprey 27 Alpha.
Antonov 255, climb flight level 15.
Afternoon, Matt. How you doing, mate? Good to see you.
150 Antonov 255, super.
So little
5, descend now, flight level 210.
bit of assistance from the controller there with the direct 2. We'll turn the landing lights off, runway turn off lights, that's all good. Okay, so just focusing on that climb out now, monitoring stuff through 10, we'll accelerate.
And it's up to 1337, roger. 240 is the maximum level to Leeds, Bradford.
Ostry, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing.
London good direction, exploring Alpha at Manchester, stand 5. Information, actually no information, naval points 57, 200.
Get that up, so Biggin Hill is top of climb, but we'll expect another climb out shortly.
Manchester, top down.
There she
if
is.
you depart to the south, then you can call me after takeoff, otherwise you can just stay with Unicom.
Alright, Roger, thank you.
Very good evening.
Sorry, Mathis says the price hasn't been announced yet. It'll be announced pretty much at release time, but most people will be pleasantly surprised. I was hoping that would be the case. It's going to be spectacular. Whatever the price is going to be, I'm excited nevertheless. It's going to be a good price, I feel it. Mathis also says if you click the pen, a bell goes off in the office of Randazzo. Bing 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 bing.
330 up 255.
Oh dear. Well, anyway, enough of this immaturity. Where are we? Ben's finding the cloud-based stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 quite frustrating. Hey, keep 2020 installed there.
Correction 34 Romeo, switch to advisory 128. Goodbye.
122.8, question 34 Romeo, good afternoon.
57 Foxtrot uniform, descent flight level 160, level Amsterdam.
Descent flight level 160, level by Amtut, EC 57 Foxtrot uniform.
EB465 Juliet, there's traffic that's just crossing overhead you to the right hand side. So off there, clearly you can climb.
There's an Osprey in the air somewhere, and I'm currently trying to find him.
J0honey_N0 cash donated €5 through Super Chat. Got a little question for all of you. How can I open a bottle of wine without a wine opener?
That's Paul.
Asking for a friend.
He's going Liverpool to Zurich. Epic. That's a good effort. Johnny, thanks buddy. Again, appreciate the super chat. Very generous of you. Says, got a little question for all of you. How can I open a bottle of wine without a wine opener? So the question there though is it a screw top? Or does it have a core? If it's a screw top, you'll be fine. Just unscrew it.
Under 110, hello to you. Maintain altitude 6,000 feet.
If not, yeah, you can use a screwdriver, some sort of leverage to kind of. Well, yeah, screwdriver and a hammer.
Shall I Alpha, no worries, turn right heading 090 degrees.
Right heading 090, Charlotte Alpha.
Shuttle 18 Charlie.
Ooh, look at that. Cross-flow contrail there. Biggin Hill, so Heathrow's going to be on our right-hand side. Look at the visuals here. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. There's that wing flex as well. Just bouncing away gently there.
110, flying 160 degrees.
And this rather smooth air, actually, to be fair. Gaslamp, welcome back.
My contact tower again, 118.505. Goodbye.
118.505. Goodbye.
Shuttle 2 Victor, direct to Trent.
Pilot Trent, Shuttle 2 Victor.
.22, so 23. We should get.
Under control, hello. Shuttle
Not going to get further
Charlie,
climb.
level 315, Nugra 1 Hotel.
Shuttle 18 Charlie, thank you. Descend flight level 200, level 1. COVID.
Flight level 200 to be level COVID, Shuttle 18 Charlie.
2917 Quebec, descend flight level 70.
Descend flight level 70, speed 917 Quebec.
See if he gives us further in a moment.
Speedbird 952 Mike London, LA, climb now, flight level 290.
Climb to flight level 350. There we go, so we're getting a data link climb.
Squad Express 601 Charlie, I sent on CPDLC, it might be a bit slow, but you can climb flight level 350.
Yeah, already got it and working on it. Climbing flight level 350. Thanks, Broad Express 601 Charlie.
Roger. Speedbird 917 correct. 27 right, you've got 3-5 miles.
Epic. It's nice getting that in climb actually, because a lot of the time the controller's just throwing all the information out of you, but this controller is working on the 4D space, but he's also pinging data links where he can. That's reducing their workload. It's also giving you a bit of variety for you guys, so you can see how this is working. So we've accepted that climb notification and we're acting on it straight away. What you could do is get it, start spinning the wheel there, press it to begin the climb, and then press accept on the data link, just so that they can see on the radar scope you beginning to climb before you acknowledge it. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Could be a way that you could deal with that scenario, potentially. Each to their own.
0201 Viking 1579.
London Control, good day, runner for Sierra Bravo, passing level 270, Imam Blue 4.
Matt's nice, are you on VATSIM?
Rinnis 1 November arrival, descent flight level 200.
Rinnis 1 November arrival, descent level 200, runner for Sierra Bravo.
London, hello, Super 826 Quebec, 60.
0826, correct, hello, climb now, flight level 210.
Seabird 89 Bravo, good afternoon, passing 4,000 feet.
Seabird 89 Bravo, London, climb now, flight level 140.
Climbing to flight level 140, Seabird 89 Bravo.
UV 57 Foxtrot uniform, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80.
I'm trying to work out how to do
Good afternoon, fly
the controller frequencies.
Flyer 8144, London.
Oh,
Charles,
found him.
climb now, flight level 270.
Right. So, this is London Control that we're in at the moment. We've been getting this lovely shortcut from Daventry basically straight to Biggin Hill, slicing over away from London. And one of the other features that we mentioned on the ground that it was new to me basically, and was going to have a little fiddle around with, was this sector display stuff. So you could look at EGNM, you could click it, and then at the bottom you can see there the controller information at the bottom left of your screen. How long they've been online for, what frequency they're on. They obviously want approach, for example, there, and the ATIS information on VATSIM as well. But we're on London Control, and if you're on the ground thinking, geez, I don't know how to get his frequency, then just says there LON, LON. Click that. There it is, bottom left, ATC sector, London Control. 132.605 for the frequency there. So that's how you can find your sector frequencies that are online. Look a bit further into Zurich here. We've got ATC online in Zurich by the looks of it. So we can go ahead and press the little button. Networks, ATC, and you can see there we've got approach online at the moment with a load of ATIS information. They're using ILS 28, runway conditions damp. View clouds at 4,000. UNH 1019. Does anyone know where cargo park at Zurich? We should probably work that out, shouldn't we?
303.
I request my aircraft Goodwood 1, 2 Foxtrot departure runway 24703, double Charlie with 2 km.
Delta Kilo Mike, that's all correct. Your start approved. QNH is 1018.
I assume it's down here, this Charlie area.
1018, report for taxi, Kilo Mike.
Oh no, freight up there. Oh, fairly short taxi then.
Sorry, Ryanair 40 Bravo.
Alrighty, I'm going to pin that chart so I can refer to it later in that case.
Direct Bravo Kilo Yankee, descent level 110, runner for Sierra Bravo.
Clearance phraseology for RNAV transitions. Cleared X transition, authorised to fly the lateral RNAV 1 route. Level assignments will be issued by traffic control. Cleared direct to a waypoint means authorisation to fly from the present position direct to a waypoint and join thereafter the appropriate RNAV 1 route. Level assignments will be issued by ATC. So there's a few things we've got to bear in mind. This guy's just being a pain.
Stand by. Eurowings 1311. Hello to you. Flying flight level 290.
Climb flight level 290,
Lufthansa 110, you need to be able to fly heading on that sim, please. So if you can, just turn left please.
This guy's just basically sent it, I think, and not done any learning.
Speedbird 826, that sounded like a threat, I didn't mean it like that. Speedbird 826 Quebec, switch to Unicom 1228 Quebec.
So levelling off now, 500 to go.
826 Quebec, switch to Unicom 1228.
That's all good. Oh, Matt, just rewind, matey. I just kind of showed you very briefly on the ground how to get data link ACARS. It's probably the easiest way to do a tutorial, really, more than anything else. Let's hide that again, we don't need it.
Super 952 Mike, switch to Unicom advisory 1228 Mike.
With Unicom, that's 2 Mike, thanks, yeah.
So yeah, that's under 1337, switch to advisory 122.8. Bye-bye.
Good afternoon, London. This is Speedbird 950.
Speedbird 950.
Beacon Hill in 10.
Hello to you. It's a Nugra 1 hotel arrival.
So we've got a really good tailwind today. There's a huge storm brewing over the UK at the moment, so it's going to be quite horrible weather over the weekend for that matter. For those of you in Wales, it's going to hit the most. There's a red weather warning at the moment over Wales. There's a amber and yellow weather warnings for pretty much the rest of the UK, stretching into the end of Sunday. So wherever you are, if you're in those kind of red zones, then do be careful, take the relevant precautions. But it therefore also means that the weather system is quite unstable. We get some boosty tailwinds, about 116 knots pushing us across Europe, but we've got to fight that on the way back.
London Control, Speedbird 001 passing 2,900, climbing 6,000.
Speedbird 001, hello, climb now, flight level 300.
Climb now, flight level 300, Speedbird 001.
Antonov 255, redirect Kilo Oscar Kilo. Antonov 255, direct Kilo Oscar Kilo.
Kilo Oscar Kilo, Antonov 255, super.
Shuttle 18 Charlie, descent flight level 80.
109 knot headwind, Dan says. There you go, 116.
Speedbird 917 Quebec.
Zooming along.
118505.
18505. Cheers, Fraser. All the best. Speedbird 917 Quebec.
Yeah. Easy 57 Foxtrot uniform, turn right, setting 330 degrees.
Just let it sort itself out, and then I'll set the heading bug.
653 hotel.
And then we can think about the departure, the arrivals and things like that as well. It's quite important we begin to plan. There's the coast. Garrick's miles back there behind the wings, so we won't see that. Beautiful clouds, look how fine they are. There's London. There's London City Airport, in fact, for that matter. Just there.
And Osprey 27 Alpha, switch to Unicom 1228.
Tower Bridge.
122.8, many thanks for your help, Osprey 27 Alpha.
Shuttle 2 Victor, monitor advisory 1228, goodbye.
Advisory, have a nice day, Shuttle 2 Victor.
Right, Shuttle 18 Charlie, I'm going to be closing up. You can just give Tower a call when final for 27 right. So switch now to advisory 1228.
Roger that. Switching to advisory 122.8, Shuttle 18 Charlie. Have yourself a good afternoon. Bye.
Yep. And all stations, London broadcast, I am now closing. So if you're on my frequency, you can change to Unicom to advisory frequency 122-8. London's now closed, but monitor advisory 122.800 out. Good afternoon.
Cheers, have a good day.
Good afternoon. See you later.
Cheers.
There we go. Right, a little bit of Unicom for the foreseeable. We may well get Zurich online, we might not. We'll see it when we get a bit closer. Right, so first up, Belgian airspace in 80 miles. We're going to get now with 117 knots. We're going to hit probably quite quickly Zurich. That needs to change to Mach. Let's wind her up. Probably ground speed of 573. So if I go to Mach 8.2, in fact, let's go to Mach 8.3. We'll see what ground speed we get with this big old tailwind. And as it's accelerating, we'll just go through those charts for the arrival. Matt's here, we're doing the return leg, matey. So we're leaving this big busy bit of airspace behind. When we get a bit closer towards GTQ, which is Grosten Queen, VOR, down towards BLM, Basel, Mulhouse, we'll be crossing over that airport and their VOR. routing in towards Zurich through the mountains. We will be arriving using the Basel 3 Golf arrival, Basel Mulhouse 3 Golf arrival in via Schiphol, which is the transition here. So I'm just going to mark that like so. If it's really busy, then there's our first hold, and it's 1 minute legs, as you can see on the chart. It's really important we can execute that. And then from there, we have the Schiphol RNAV transitions, and we're expecting runway 28. So with that, all the rest of this chart doesn't mean anything for us. We go on to the RNAV transitions chart, and you can see there from Schiphol, we'll then route inbound. So we begin our journey coming in kind of this way. That's 1. And then this section here is number 2. And the 2 Bravo, where's it going to bring us? Schiphol 34, Schiphol 28. So we're expecting ILS 28. So we go to Zulu Hotel 445. And then from there, we go right 143 degrees on this kind of extended downwind leg. Zulu Hotel 449. And then working all the way out. It's not even a downwind actually, it's like a crosswind to be fair. And then from 449 we join the extended downwind. Like so. Down to 7,000 at Zurich 460. And then down to Ramham at 5,000. At which point we join the ILS. It's a 3.3 degree glide slope angle onto runway 28. And an airport elevation of 1,417 feet. So we need to set our minimums for this. We'll go for category D. We can achieve 4 degrees from missed approach climb gradient. So we'll go for 686 or 2102. 686 on the rad out is probably easier for us to achieve, to be fair. And then after landing on runway 28, we're probably going to vacate here at Lima 7. And then we'll taxi all the way back. Although we're cargo, to be fair, so what we could do is we could just slam on the brakes and vacate at Echo. That's what cargo dogs tend to do. So we'll do a full flap landing, and then we'll whack the brakes on to decelerate nice and quick. Yeah, that's what they do at Heathrow. So we shall do the same at Zurich. Taxiing into the freight area for an arrival. So, John, welcome buddy. No release time for this beauty yet. It's estimated around about 1600 UTC, but it's at some point this evening. That's effectively what they've said. No price announced yet, but we've been told to be pleasantly surprised. Departure arrivals. Click it again. Zurich. ILS 28. Schiphol 28. Basel Mulhouse 3 Golf. Oh Christ. Just buggered that right up. Hold on. Ooh! Oh, I've cocked this right up, haven't I? What are we? Heading hold mode now. Ah! Why did I do that? But I need Conan. Then, Coxie. I'm just rapidly rebuilding this. Remba. Ritax. Sutao. GTQ. I pressed the INTC button by accident and then hit execute like a fool. BAMEV BLM. So what we'll do is we'll execute that. Leave the discontinuity in. LNAV back engaged. Okay, so we've crossed cone and that's fine. The aircraft's instantly read that though and gone, okay, well I've passed that. Tick. Goxie's next. Ooh. Right, so there we go. We solved that fairly quickly. My goodness, why did I do that to myself? Right, anyway. Route arrivals, Zurich, ILS 28, Schiphol 28, BLM 3 Golf, execute. Don't click INTC like I did, because I'm just clicking away quickly without thinking about it. We need to pop him there, BAMF to BLM, and now I need to check the data. So Zulu Hotel 667, followed by Schiphol, and then 445. From there, we should have 44749, 5153, 5557, 59, 60, 7 and or above, 64, and then approach, followed by the missed approach. Good. That's a bit better. Woo-wee! That was close. Okay, so no speed issues there. It's just below 250. Sorry, max 250 below 10,000. Schiphol with 1 minute holds. That'll be fine. Right, with a. My goodness, that got rather chaotic quite quickly, didn't it? ILS is park at the moment. That's fine. As we get closer, it will begin to actually give us the ILS data. And we had that QNH, didn't we? So Meta LZH. John says it's been over 10 years now since he was last in the UK. Desperately need to visit family, but the flights to and from exceed 5,000 Australian dollars for one return flight. Yeah, it's very expensive to get to and from Australia at the moment, which is really quite sad because it's something that I would like to do as well. We just don't have that ability at the minute to afford that sort of journey. It's a real shame. So QNH 1019. Just going to set that in the box. So that's all. Oops, 20. That's set, and then those minimums that we spoke about as well. What are we? 2102. Do 102. There we go, that'll do us. On the Barrow. It's got 584 knots tailwind at the moment. And that route's back on there. Thank goodness for that. So we'll go for auto brake 2 initially. And then what we'll do is we'll then go to manual brakes. Ferian, good afternoon, welcome. 1 hour 30, Nicholas, approximately. Jiping, welcome, thanks for subscribing. There she is. Soon to be released. A couple of hours to wait now for you guys. Jep's a cargo dog and he's proud of it. And there are a lot of liveries available for this already on release. It's this is the one we used the other day, so it would be quite nice. It stands out quite well as well, doesn't it? But quite nice for us to then, having flown it into East Midlands, we'll then fly it back out again down to Zurich and then back again to kind of complete a rotation with the jet and do a turnaround and things like that. Approximately 1600 Zulu Farhan, but that's not a guaranteed time frame. It would just be any time at or after 1600 Zulu today. So wherever you are in the world, that's how much you end up getting. You can work out the time zone differences from there. Price has not been announced, but we've been told that we will be pleasantly surprised, which is rather exciting. So I'm looking forward to seeing what the price might be actually, as well. Valley says, if I get the 1 month free on Navigraph, will it make me pay for 1 month and get one for free? Or can I get a free month and cancel it without paying anything? You know what, mate? I'm not sure. What does it say for me here? The offer is valid until the 20th of December and grants you 1 free month when purchasing a subscription exclusive to new Navigraph users sign up for an unlimited monthly or yearly subscription until the 20th of December and get an extra month for free. So that sounds like, matey, you've got to have you've got to sign up for 1 month at least. With that, you click the link, you sign up for 1 month, and you will then get 1 extra month for free. Kuzi, this is a separate aircraft add-on, 777-200 freighter. This is completely separate from the 300ER, so it's its own add-on, therefore it's its own package, its own price. There's no discounts for 300ER users or anything like that at the moment. If you've got the ability on Navigraph to pay for the annual subscription, then you actually save quite a lot of money in comparison to the monthly fees. So it's something worth considering, folks, if you did want to dive into the world of Navigraph and have all this extra immersion and things, all of the charts in Jeppesen format, all of the nav data. We've got the Navigraph nav data fed into the 777 freighter. This is integrated now already prior to release, so that's working today. You get all of that with your Navigraph subscription, and if you get the annual feature subscription, it works out, I think, about £10 or so cheaper overall across the year than the monthly subscription. But then factor that in as well with, for the next few days, the free 1 month with the link above. You actually get 13 months for the price of 12, so you actually get slightly more of a saving, if that makes sense as well, compared to how much you would pay for if you got the monthly. Pretty cool. Dogtag gave a good morning. How are you, mate? Hope you're good. Do I like the Flybywire A380? Benoit's asking. I love the Flybywire A380. The dev branch and the 4K version. That's the one I use. Absolutely superb. One of my favourite aircraft flying around in real life at the minute as well. The Majestic Super Jumbo. In a BA livery, of course. Tony, so the charts that you have in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 are quite different to Jeppesen format. So what you're paying for in Navigraph is the Jeppesen layout, which is really quite nice, and it's quite consistent across all of them. What you then also have is, yes, even with MSFS 2020, you have AirAC updates, but that is in the Microsoft Flight Simulator data format. What this gives you is the Navigraph formatting, which is a lot more accurate, a lot more detailed. Things like the ILS data and everything are a lot more finely tuned with the Navigraph nav data. Just something to bear in mind there. John's already uninstalled Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Crikey. How are you finding 2024 then? I find it very buggy at the moment and actually a little bit frustrating. But John there in the chat says, pleasantly surprised sounds nice. He's got the 300ER and he says he won't be paying anything above $15 to get the freighter version. Don't think it will be that cheap, mate, to be honest. If anything, I think we might be looking at 737-600 type pricing, maybe. Which, if you haven't got one of these yet, if it is around that, then this is an absolute bargain. Subjectively, because we don't know yet. And weather radar feeds into the Asobo weather radar, caveat there, so it's not a bespoke realistic 777 one, and that's because Microsoft/Asobo still won't release their weather data API to developers to design their own yet. So what they've done anyway is they've listened to the feedback from everybody and they've put in the weather radar, like the Asobo version, into this anyway, so at least we have something, which is quite nice. I'm a fan of that. Scarso says he's still got Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 installed, but hasn't flown on it since MSFS 24 released. Daily hops around in the Phoenix, he says, and he loves it. Glad you're getting on well with the new sim, matey, as well. Ian says, is it just me that prefers 777s and 747s to the A380? Yeah, certainly there's something awesome about these aircraft. Sort out the drone camera. Yeah, something pretty cool with the triples, that's for sure. And the 747 you can't beat, can you? The majestic queen of the skies. But the sheer size of the A380 for me is one of its big draws. Dogtag Gamers sticking with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 for at least a year. You're not the first that I've seen say that, actually, to be fair. Zato is having lots of issues with his MSFS 2024. Lots of crash to desktops, he says. Worse still, he was expected to actually see an Osprey A330, but instead, Asobo changed the textures file type from DDS to KTX2 for livery creators. Oof. I don't know what that means, but it sounds bad. So, what have we got? Navrad. So now we're getting a bit closer, look. It's put in the approach ILS frequency, and on the charts it's 109.75, which we've got on the box. And the inbound course of 273 degrees, and that's in the box as well. So a little later on we should see on the PFD up here IZW is the 3-letter identifier, and that's how we'll identify that this is all accurate and working nicely. The missed approach in Zurich is a bit of a pain because of the terrain, so we'll brief it now before we get a bit closer. BP Maurice, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. So the initial climb, if we do get missed approach for any reason, flying this approach here, and then we abort and we end up going around or whatever. We fly, initial climb to 4,000 feet, climb straight ahead at 2 DME from the localizer IZW, past the station, turn left, max 210 knots, onto 193 degrees, then continue climb to 7,000, intercept the radial 061, Villasau VOR inbound, at 10 DME Villasau, turn right, onto 328 to intercept the radial 013 inbound Villasau, and then proceed to Schiphol. Or outbound from Willisile actually, and then proceed to Schiphol. So, missed approach, we've got to go tight down to 193, steep climb, slow speeds, max 210, then into 241 towards Villasau at 10 DME, work back around to intercept the outbound radial of 013 degrees, up to Schiphol, oops, to hold at Schiphol again. It's a bit of a faff. Where are we? Remba. Making some good progress. Right, let's get rid of the charts. And we shall have a look at Volanta for the first time today as well. So there's our little journey. I'll put these 2 other screenshots in for today. We've got a nice little direct 2 once we get airborne here. You can see there, crossing Northampton over Luton. And we work down to Biggin Hill before routing Dover. Little issue with the autopilot where I broke it, and then Coxey. So we've got we've got a few flying along today. No. Yes, Zato in his Antonov. There he is. 6 engines for long haul. Lovely. And then we've got myself, and I'm currently chasing Paul, who flew out of Liverpool today as well. So there's 3 of us flying along. So actually we're about halfway there already. Why 77 Whiskey on Volanta Floxy says that's a good spot actually. That's automatically fed in by Volanta when I've loaded up, so I'm just going to have a little look. I'm just going to set this myself actually. Right, there we go. I've tweaked that now, so that manually has been overridden by myself. Also, it's actually 77L, I think, from what I've found. Akos says you can't buy the 777 freighter yet, mate. It's not available on PMDG's website just yet, but it will be on their website soon. Willem, welcome. Ooh, better realign that heading bug. Dan, well, I thought that, but then there wasn't a ability to actually log in with 77F. This is based on a 777-200 LR, so that is what this airframe actually is, from what I understand. When you go onto VATSIM and you type in the ICAO code, what you'll see, if you typed in B77L, you will have one as an option which says freighter, and then one which will say 200 LR for the passenger version. So that's so I've ticked the one for freighter today, but there's no real distinguishing thing between the freighter and the passenger version, from what I can gather. But it is basically a 777-200 LR, which is good because it means, don't forget, that this exterior model is the passenger version, minus obviously all the windows and stuff. So they need to change the layout inside, change the windows, put some windows in, but sexy views, and that's it. So change the interior, change the views, maybe change the weight loads and everything, and then we've got ourselves a 200 LR. I've probably massively massively oversimplified it, but yeah, you get the gist. Fiddled around with the loading today as well, and you notice that we've got less pallets in the back. We've got all that floor space that I've just showed you guys too. Luxembourg down below through the clouds. We're in MSFS 2020 tour. That's what this 777 freighter is launching on. There's currently no compatibility with PMDG products, like a lot of other developers in MSFS 2024 at the moment. I've not tried Tor, to be honest. That's a good point actually, John. That's quite a different change, isn't it, there? So the wings and everything needs to be changed as well. So as he mentions, it's a good point actually that I'd not really appreciated massively before. The wing. The 777 freighter uses the wing from the 777-300 and different engine ratings because of the maximum takeoff weight being different to the passenger version. So there are some changes they've got to make, but the fuselage and everything, it's pretty much there, I'd like to think. Top of descent in 80 miles, so what have we got? We need to put in our landing estimate weight. Estimate landing weight 205 basically. We'll go for flap 30. Order brake 2, checklists, warning recall. Nothing, notes checked. Order brakes set to 2, and then we'll go to manual brakes. Landing data, VREF minimums, we've set that, so flap 30, 135 with an estimated landing weight, and we've already briefed the approach as well. So that's the descent checks completed, and we've got approach next. I think we might be on Unicom all the way now, folks. At least for this first section. I can tell you which engine variant this has got. There you go, the 110B1s. So model, it's 777-200 LR with GE90 110 Bravo, like Block 1 B1 engines. So that's what it's in use for today. So yeah, as you can see, I'm hoping it will mean therefore the 777-200 LR from PMDG won't be a million miles away. So minimums, flaps, all that ready. Terrain map, we should probably put on because of all of the terrain. So we'll get rid of weather for now. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far. Appreciate seeing all of you guys enjoying the stream today. That's all good. That's good. That's set. How's the overhead looking? Good. So GTQ 30 miles. We've already done the descent forecasts and stuff, by the way. So we've on the ground at East Midlands. We've already loaded in the descent forecast like so. We're expecting a transition level of 80. So all of that is done. What we could do actually, just to help ourselves out, is 5,000 feet at Ramon is 10 DME IZW. So if I go to fix runway 28. And we do 10 DME, and then I'll do another one at 4 DME, which actually half of that would be 2.5 DME to turn left on the missed approach, so that will also help us for that too. Could also do an extended centre line if we wish, which would be 093. And then 4 again. Pop a nice big extended centre line through our fix rings. Good measure. Campbell's a welcome, mate. Just getting the pains for Just Flight's A300 and hopefully their Fokker 70 and 100 series. Been on that for a while. Bring that range ring in. 30 miles to stop descent. Don't forget to check out that free 1-month Navigraph code. When you click the link that is pinned in the description, that automatically applies the code into your checkout. So when you sign up to Navigraph for 1 month or a year, then you get 1 month added to your account for free. And you get all of the good stuff that we've enjoyed today. All of the AirAct data, the charts that you can draw and doodle all over, live traffic. So actually for sequencing here on Unicom, we can look down into Zurich and go, right, well, he's not an issue, he's not an issue. We've got 1 inbound, 2 inbound actually. So Mateus is arriving at 14:23, it says 5 minutes. That's 2 minutes, looks like he's going in direct. We've got Paul ahead of us, arriving in 10 minutes. So we can begin to actually kind of factor in our sequencing with other aircraft. Hamburg. Alright, yeah, so actually we shouldn't, he says, conflict with anyone else. By the looks of it, with the traffic we've got around us today. So we want to go down to 7,000. FMC message. That was a reset MCP altitude, I think. The fact it's disappeared makes me think it is, so I'll just do a quick recall. Samuel, it says around 1600 UTC, but there's no guarantee of that being the precise time. It might be just after that, for example. And also don't forget, when we get on the ground, we've got the brand new MKStudios Zurich Airport scenery, which is launching, let me have a quick check, the 11th of December. So a few more days to wait for that. This is a preview of that new scenery as well. John says, I'm assuming it's flawless, but have you tried performing a hold in the 777 freighter? Mate, I haven't actually. Carmel, welcome aboard. Thanks for subscribing. Matt says, if you select the arrival airport, you can view the inbound arrival aircraft in time order. Well, let's check that feature out. That's pretty mega. Arrivals. Oh yes, look at this. So SWR, that's in 1 minute, followed by 3 minutes for Lot 7 Victor Alpha, Osprey 27 Alpha in 9 minutes, and then myself in 12 minutes. Zato behind 21 minutes, then there's a Swiss 1455 in 57 minutes. That's amazing. And that Edelweiss 201 Tango's already just arrived, it's taxiing in. That's a really good feature actually for separation. And then same with departures, look, 3 hours ago. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So there's a whole load of functionality with Navigraph now, more so than ever. And you know, for how much is it for a year? Like 90 odd quid, isn't there? It's fantastic. It's one of those add-ons that actually, yes, initially is a bit of money. Monthly is €9 5 cents a month, which would equate to being €108 60 cents in real money across the year. But if you go yearly, it's only €81 64 cents plus the code above, which will get you an extra month for free. So if you can sign up to Navigraph Unlimited for the year, you save 25% plus the 1 extra free month that we're giving away with that exclusive code in the chat today as well. So yeah, value for money wise, that is worth every single penny. Navigraph. It's one of those add-ons now that you really should use. It's it gives you everything, and there's more features being added all the time. So we're slightly above the profile, look, by 800 feet. It's given us that kind of yellow warning there as well to show that we're a little bit, we're busting the VNAV profile quite a bit, but we'll just leave it as it is for now. John says FNO tonight is Boston and Indy Centre, so he's thinking some FedEx ops for sure on the VATSIM network. Scarso, no, the pricing set is pretty much what is going to be set now. So it is what it is. A little bit of turbulence now as we begin our descent as well. It's doing well to just smoothly get itself back on the VNAV profile. I don't know if I want to go and crack out my Hawkstone version of Guinness. When the MKStudios Zurich gets released for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, it's also going to be available for MSFS 2024. So it's cross-compatible with both simulators. So we're looking at the 2020 version today, of course, naturally, because that's the sim we're in. It will be available via Contrail, and if you've never used Contrail before, check out again the link in the description. I've got an exclusive 10% off code for your checkout. So if you want to buy things like the Just Flight RJ, Professional, the FSSE jets, a whole load of scenery, whatever it might be, and you've got like a list of things, then you can save 10% on your checkout by using that code as well. It's in that description somewhere for today's live stream. Dog tag gamer, not yet, matey. Commentator, yeah, that's it, the stout. Hawkstone stout. Apparently it's amazing, but it's cost me like £37 for 12 cans, which is quite a lot really. It's like £3 a drink almost. You know what, have we got a bit of time? Yeah. Be right back. I'm going to run to the fridge and I'm going to get myself my very first Hawkstone Stout, limited edition from Clarkson's Farm. Right, I'm back. Let's see if this... it's a bit weird because it says on here, for the perfect serve, shake it, gently does it, crack it, open it up, pour it hard and fast, and then let it settle. So this could go everywhere. All over my WinWing hardware. I'm going to do it right next to the microphone as well. So you ready for this? This is Jeremy Clarkson's Hawkstone Black. Oh yeah. And I'm pouring it hard and fast. Glug glug. Jeepers. It looks like caramel. And I'm just going to let it settle. It's like a live test. All the new stuff. Hawkstone Black. Very exciting. Look at me. Refined gentleman of the Osprey. Right, anyway, hopefully that came out nicely. And I'm also thinking about it, running downstairs, I was like, how long ago was it since we actually visited Zurich? It's a ruddy long time. Tony, it can with MobiFlight, but I haven't quite worked out how to do that yet because I'm a little bit technically unable. Is that the best way to describe myself? My lack of technical ability? Probably. Right. Doing well. We're back on profile as well while I was running downstairs. Technically inept. There we go. Cheers, Ian. Cheers for the vote of confidence. Yeah, bloody useless you are. What we got? Let's see. Beautiful views. Actually, that could be a livery for the Osprey World. Zato, you're still watching, right? Osprey World Cargo, right at the back somewhere. We could just have the little tramp stamp thing that they do, where it says "Back British Farming, Hawkstone Lager" or something. Pre-gaming the overnight on descent. Matthew says he truly is a freight dog. No comment. Right, so we've got the first magenta line peeling left is the arrival. The one peeling past us, kind of towards us, and then up to the INTC. That's all the missed approach stuff with the hold, so we don't need to worry about that bit yet. But we will keep an eye on the LNAV as we deal with that, because it's all a little bit complex. The aeroplane should be fine. And my Hawkstone Lager's in the way now. Crikey. Just put that out of the way of the screen. I've got a big Stein glass. What have we got? So QNH, let's see, let's run the weather. one last time. (1019), variable winds between 250 and 310. Nice little windy 14 knots for us to contend with as well. Lovely jubbly. Zurich traffic, World Express 60 on Charlie Heavy is inbound Gipol for the Gipol transition. ILS 28 will report downwinds Zurich. Stuart, the flight path is a blend of the arrival plus a blend of the missed approach. So there's like another magenta line coming out through this bit as well. That's the missed approach to Gipol where we then join the hold. But the rest of it, we're going to go Gipol to Zulu Hotel 445. And this is it kind of stitching itself and weaving itself to 447 as well. So still maintaining quite a bit of speed. Look, we're doing 290 knots still. So that's the aeroplane there trying to sort itself out for multiple turns in quite a confined space. We should be at or above 7. So what we will do now is we go to vertical speed mode. That scenery is loading in now because it's starting to get a bit stuttery. 260. As you can see there, it's trying to achieve the turn. And now we're going to roll right. Rolling, rolling, rolling. So the LNAV's doing a very good job of this. We've pushed it tight and fast, look, and it's actually flying this quite wonderfully. Into a bit of a steeper descent. You can see there it's saying it's lost the LNAV path a little bit, but that's fine. The aeroplane will work to get that back. The speed hasn't helped. So we've gone for 30 degrees. Trash, I love VNAV, but I like to kind of just have a little bit of a dabble as well and just see what it can do. That's done really well. Getting that back on track. Do I still use AIG Manager? Yes, at times. God, that stout smells amazing.
Zurich traffic, Osprey 27 Alpha, we're
Oh wow.
Zulu Hotel 451 on the Banbury 3 Golf, arrival for runway ILS 28.
It's like Guinness, but more coffee notes and more like caramel. There's Zurich. Coming in fast with me dirty freight, get out of the way. Yeah, that's quite interesting. It's done well to work itself back on there as well. Tony, welcome. Look at that cloud. Superb. Set the alarm off in Robert's office again. A couple of clicks of the pen. It's a big old train station down there as well in central Zurich. And then we're looking at the Gipol transition now, so that next chart there bolted on is this. And we'll revert back to VNAV in a minute. You can see that profile just coming back now. So I'll just select VNAV. I'll ask for 275 for now. See, look, we're throwing all sorts at it. It's doing quite nicely. We're at a high cost index today, hence that quick descent, 290 odd knots. I forgot how scenic Zurich was to kind of look at. Justin, no. I know since the new update for compatibility with MSFS 2024, the new update to VNav was giving like false positives to people's antivirus software. So I think that's what you mean, but that apparently has been resolved. And I certainly haven't had an issue, but I don't use third-party antivirus anymore. I've got rid of a lot of that nonsense. I just use Windows Defender, which I actually find pretty good. Okay, so extended downwind now. Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Charlie's have been in the field, currently descending flight level 110 for the ILS 28. Will report Raman for final. So we're back on the VNav profile. There's a little decel point there. That's when I'll let it go down to 250, although actually we can just do that ourselves, to be fair. Let's do that now, 240 knots, and just let it decelerate. We'll have to pop in a bit of drag as well, just to help her out. And we're below 10,000 AGL, so let's turn the lights on. Icing's all on automatic, so that's all as required. Little ding of the old seatbelt sign.
Traffic, Josh, Bray 2 snap, about 6 miles base leg for the ILS 28.
Ian, love it. We've got another sector ahead of us yet. That's the aircraft there ahead of us. That's the Osprey 27 Alpha. So actually, if I bring our speed down to 225, actually is probably wise. Just above minimum clean. That'll just maintain that separation from him. And we'll fly precisely the procedure here, just so that way we guarantee all of our separation with one another. He could, in theory, cut in and drop down to 5,000. So let's get that on the box as well. Ready for the descents. Yeah, speedo expended. A little warning there because we've left that extended with the throttle now responding for the drop in speed. So that's fine. What have we got? That's set, that's checked. Down to 5. We shouldn't, he says, need auto brake, a speed brake anymore, sorry. So I'll arm the speed brake, that's green. Checklists. I'm going to go through transition in a moment, so I'll just tick that. And then we've got landing checks. Speed brake's armed and green, it'll be down and 30 for the gear and flaps next. Bringing that in a bit more. 225. Car brakes off. There's that terrain map again. We've got IZW that we mentioned earlier on the PFD. Bjorn, hello, hey, welcome. Good afternoon from Sweden. Good to see you. So he's 7.5 miles ahead now. I'll have another sip of stout, Hawkstone stout. Bjorn, no price information yet. God, the coffee hit from that is rather unique. Like coffee, biscuity, caramel. Bloody nice. Tell you what. And I don't really like lager either, but the Hawkstone lager I found actually super chilled in the summer was quite tolerable. Let's bring it down to 220 now, just above minimum clean. Where's his little nav lights and stuff? Dark Fury, welcome. There he is. Loads of space. How are you, Dark Fury? It's been a while. Hope you're well. Pause the music. So extended final, just for separation with the chap in front. Just final checks now of VATSIM, and we've got no ATC in the sector, so we will continue in. Clotton, it's the VOR that we're tracking. I'm just going to get this ready as well, so we'll keep this going down to 5,000. Look at this. Lovely. Look at that wing flex, everyone. Oops, wrong way. Flaps 1. Superb. I think I've gone flaps 5 actually. No, that is 1. I want 5 though. We'll set 5. What's he now? 5 miles separation. We are 20 miles, so I'll bring us down to local pressure, 200 knots. Okay, visual of the terrain. 1200 foot per minute, lights and signs. We'll leave LNAV on for the turn, because that looks quite nice. That is a beautiful view. Should be turning now. There she goes. Look at that. 777-200 LR, but the freighter's got the 300 wings. And MKStudios Zurich Airport's coming up next. Keep that heading bug moving around rapido. $600, that'll do, just to wriggle it down. 19 miles, I'll keep the speed up. Where's he now? 5 miles, that's pretty good. Happy with that. Separation. He's going to be starting to decelerate now for final approach, so if we can deal with our speed as it is now, then that should be quite nice for us. Okay, so we're going to go lock capture for now. Nice long established at 17 miles. $800, 200, speed brakes armed, flaps 5 at the minute, we're going for full flap 30.
Cross British on up over overhead of Rammon and on the ILS 28.
So he's pretty much bang on 6 miles ahead of us. And there's the runway right up ahead. So we're going to come down to 5,000, level off. 600 will do. Got a couple of 100 feet left to go. Final checks of the overhead. Bring that checklist screen up as well. 15 miles, we don't need the gear yet. Here she goes. Get that camera view ready so when we deploy the gear we can see it come out the belly. I'll have another sip of stout. I did say I was going to report Rammon next, so we'll hold on for that. Don't forget as well, we're going to do a turnaround and then fly back to East Midlands as well. Get approach mode armed now, so glide slopes armed. 2.5 miles to Rammon. We're going to be 12 miles, still got a bit of time. And again, as we briefed, we're going to touch down, auto brake 2 is going to get itself active, and then we're going to stamp on the brakes and use the reversers and get off the runway nice and quick, dirty cargo dog style. Because we want the shortest taxi possible to the freight gates. We've already briefed for that complex missed approach as well.
Zurich traffic, Osprey 27 up to 6 miles, touchdown ILS 28.
He's about 5.6, so yeah, he's bang on 5 miles ahead now. Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Charlie Heavy's passing Rammon, established on the ILS runway 28, 10 DME. So I'm number 2 in the sequence. Glide slopes alive. Just going to bring it down to 180 now. And we'll go gear down. Here we go. There's beacon lights flashing over the gear cowlings there. That's a bit of turbulence, crikey. Go for flap 15. Oh, we're going straight for 20. Speed should be good for 20 actually. That variable wind's kicking us about. So gears down, we've got 20 in green. Let's keep the flaps going. 180 for flap 30. 7 miles. We'll bring it down to 160 now, just for that separation with the aeroplane in front. We'll go down to final approach speeds through 180 full flaps. Missed approach altitudes 4,000. 7,000. Set. 135 plus 5 is 140. I'll add 10 for the variable wind, so we'll go for 145. Might be a little bit of a floater. Look at that. That's beautiful. In fact, is that part of the MKStudios scenery? These kind of Swedish houses, sorry, Swiss houses and things. I don't recall seeing that amount of detail here. That is superb. Look how beautiful that is. This is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, folks. Amazing. Well, trash. What I'm referring to is when I see some of the DHL guys land at Heathrow. If they land on 09 right, what they do is they stamp on the brakes and they basically try and vacate about halfway down the runway. Say stamp on the brakes. It's a quicker deceleration than normal, the comparative to like the passenger versions that will just roll down and use a high-speed exit. But that's only from what I've seen with a few elements through cargo-y stuff. 145. Look how stunning this is. I mean, that is spectacular, isn't it? And that wing flex as well. Just a quick check of that. Look how smooth that is. Right. My controls. Don't think. Don't think I've got click spot for the auto throttles. Because I was going to manually handle the throttle, but we'll leave it in.
Minimums.
Continue. Oops. A little bit of float there. MKStudios Zurich. So obviously with this you had to uninstall the Sobo's version as well.
255 super turning base for the ILS runway 28 will call turning final.
200.
Keep that speed up for the variable winds. Just means it's a little bit trickier. The nose is a little bit further pointed down. Okay, looking ahead.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Whoa, we floated it. We've got time. Whoa, right at the end of the touchdown zone there. Okay, reverse screen. Manual brakes. Okay, well we've missed that, so I'll just get off the brakes now. That floater ruined it. That's where I was going to get off. Through 60 knots, we'll get rid of the reversers. 319, can't believe I ruined that with the bloody floater. 1.29G though. And just working now to get through 50 knots to come off of the higher speed exit. Let's go. So speed brake away, and let's get them flaps retracted. Nice. Lovely sunset. Let's keep it moving. Over the scent line there. Zurich traffic. World Express 601 Charlie's vacated runway 28 at Lima 7. We'll brake disarm. Let's turn that off. 707 liner, have a good one, mate. What we'll do now is we'll do a turnaround and we'll fly back to East Midlands. Could probably turn the terrain mapping off actually earlier as well, but hey ho. Strobe, runway turn off, landing lights. We want the freight dog stands, so Foxtrot 70, Foxtrot 71. I'm not sure what it's going to look like with the scenery. Let's get these strobes back on for the crossing. Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Charlie's crossing runway 34. Had a quick left and right check and they were both clear, so we shall just carry on across. F Cooper, I've got a blend of high and ultra effectively, mate. That's how I run the sim. Really nice runway textures here. That gridding.
Zurich traffic, antenna 255 Super is fully established. ILS 28 will call 5 miles.
There's an Osprey there, old school. And we'll follow it around to the left. Oh, look at that shadow. And Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Charlie's vacated at Echo 7. Taxi to the freight stands. Bingo. Alright. Strobes off. And there's the new MKStudios scenery. Oh, he says, as it all loads in still. Quick, they're looking! Follow around. Chasing the shadow. Yeah, hopefully another hour and 10 minutes or so before release. Let's get the music back on. If you don't like the music, please don't leave comments saying I don't like the music. We're very limited when we're streaming as to what music we can actually get with the licenses that we pay for, which cost a lot of money. It costs about 100 quid a year. If I wanted real music, stuff in the charts, then I'm looking at like £400 or £500 a year to use that. And that's just something I can't really afford. So I hope you don't mind. Ben Boy, yeah, there will be a return flight. I wonder if we got. So there's no custom GSX profile for this.
Good afternoon. Please do for the taxi to runway 28, yeah, the rest and Alpha 2
I'll just see what it gives us when we park. So there should be a whole point Alpha 3 coming up, which I am looking out for currently. Here comes Zato and his Antonov. Oh, hold on. Slow down a second. Kilo. Right, so yeah, this is Alpha 3, this stop bar. Got a couple of freight stands here. Fact.
Zurich traffic, antenna 255
There's the
Super,
line.
5 mile final, runway 28.
Is my wingspan enough for this? What's the wingspan of one of these? Ah well, we're just going to have to make it work. There's no way. I should have picked a different stand. Where's 72? Well, that looks nothing like the charts. Very small for a 777. Right, let's bug out of here. Who put that there? Get out of here. We'll go over it. Just conscious Sato's coming in as well, so I don't want to miss that. Sorry dude, that's Swiss. Right, hold on. Let's just get a bit creative here. Can he get through? We'll call it a no. We'll call it a no, but we'll just pretend like it's all fine. Yeah, that'll do. Bugger it. Right, anyway, there we go. We'll pretend like none of that happened. Where's Sato? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. We've missed him. There he is. Yeah, you can get through there. Sorry, dirty freight dog coming through. Right, anyway, beacon off.
Traffic Antonov 255, super vacated runway 28.
Chocks. Ground connections, set chocks. Door management, we've disarmed them all. Yeah, you can get bus through there. Right, what other cargo stands have we got? It's funny because the GSX profile just basically says nothing is suitable. So, where are you supposed to park? I could have maybe done like 09. Well, we've got Dock Alpha.
Traffic, 244 is picking up runway 28 at Gordon Tower. Direct traffic.
Okie diddly dokie. Right, so we're going to now load in the next flight. What have we got? So, we've got to close the other one actually. So let's go bring up New Sky, our virtual airline client. And we'll close the flight. Let's see what score we've got. Long landing, yeah, fair enough. That's worthy of the minus 0.2 points. But otherwise, pretty good. Right, what else? Quick poll then. Do you want to go to Frankfurt or do you want to go to East Midlands? Do you want to go back to East Midlands or head to Frankfurt? Just quickly put your choice. FRA for Frankfurt, EMA for East Midlands, and whatever you guys want in the next few seconds as I check the kind of the amount of each very briefly. Oh, that's an H. Or we could even do Stansted. We'll do. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Oh, loads for East Midlands. What do we got? Frankfurt, EMA. Okay, it's just creeping over. East Midlands being the winner there. So let's get that sorted out. Quick time, 15:15. That'll be 20 minutes, roughly. 1:45. Set and load. just setting up that new sky routing, and we'll have a quick look at this scenery whilst the aircraft then gets reloaded. What we're going to do probably, so we got here streams. So runway 32, Pigot, Roger. So 32, 27, 145. That's set. We're going to go DHK, DHK. Runway 32. What the? Does it have a 32? Yeah, it does, isn't it? That's gotcha. Still a short taxi. So I'll click fetch. Oh, you know what? I didn't even save that, did I? My goodness, there's me trying to rush.
Zurich traffic, GN 316 pushback to the east on in Zurich.
It's always a bit of a faff when you try and sort out the 32, the different routes involved. So 3227, 145, that's good. Cost index, DHK, DHK, 1520, generate flights. Got to be a way to figure out how to park this ruddy thing. I might snap it to a different stand. Like on H. No, they're medium, too small as well. E. Where's E? Stand E25. I can't see where that is. Oh, you know what? I bet it's over there somewhere. Yeah, probably. Alright, well I won't faff around. We can just make do with it as we are. We're going to go to GSX. Fetch modified. Oh, it's actually needing me to park. Taxi. Yeah, E. Right, so we don't want that. I want maybe A49 if anything. That says medium. Problem is anyone on it? We can check Navigraph. What was it? A49 wasn't it, I think? A49 free. 11 and 9, are they free? 11 and 9. Okay, right. Walk me there. That works. It's a bit of an immersion killer, but it's the only way we seem to be able to get this working. So we'll click request boarding. Oh my giddy aunt. Poor 777. That is unfortunately the best we can do at this airport because we don't have a custom scene, profile for. Oh, what the? There's got to be a better option. Honestly, in GSX. At what point does it go, yeah, you know what? Maybe the aeroplane shouldn't be in the building. I've got to pick a different one. What's that one? H14. H11. Walk me there. There we go, screw it. That's a bit more reasonable, isn't it? There we go. My giddy aunt. Right, request boarding. My goodness. Right, now we can see things.
Zurich traffic, Aegean 316, taxi to holding point runway 32 via inner kilo crossing runway 28, Zurich.
That's it, that's it, that's it. Just make sure I've got my open main cargo door. There we go. Just got to make sure I've filed the right flight plans. On New Sky. Right, let's get this fired up then. So, sim brief profiles and all that kind of stuff. Oh, you know what? We didn't want to do that. What we'll do is we'll do the boarding and then we'll just reset QATL so that the tug does it just goes away. So we're going to go to Home, press that button there, request new sim brief data. So we're pulling all that relevant stuff, and we're going to go to init. Sorry, route page. Route request, sim brief. So there's the new stuff, so we can just set that in. That's what I struggled with last time. Select route. It's now going to load in all of that for us. While that's happening, I'm just going to refresh all of this. That's got to be loaded now, so we'll load that first before we activate it. 32 Vebit for November, Hemel 1 Echo, ILS 275 Pigott, similar to what we did the other day. So I'm just sorting out New Sky, VATSIM, and Valanta, and Navigraph charts. Make sure that's all working nicely. It is. Get rid of the charts.
Looking gear.
Right. That's good. Activate, execute. It's got all of the uplinks for wind, data, performance, all that stuff ready to go. So we can then accept that data. Refresh my latest sim brief flight plan for the 0 fuel weight figures. And we should have 193513. 13513, there we go, that's good, that looks good. Flight level 380 for the cruise this time. Thrust limitations, we need to obviously work out the performance data now. It's really important because of the slightly higher altitudes here at Zurich, along with our weight and everything as well. So we can import it like so. We need to make sure the runway, is it 32? Yes. We can set it up accordingly like so. So take off to cell temp 46. Pre-flight departure, runway 32, Vebit for November. Execute. So takeoff, thrust limitations, all of that is ready. 146, 146, captain side, first officer side, charts. So for the Vebit for November departure then, taking off 32, we've got to go initially up to 3,500 and then we work around the mountains climbing up to 7,000. Initial climb clearance is 5. I'm just going to set that collar to 5. Runway heading 327. Oops, 327. 146. We can pop that onto RTO as well.
Zurich traffic Cessna, Zulu Victor taxiing to point runway 32, holding short of Kilo runway 28.
Work through the checklists. MCP, that's all good. Takeoff speed, CDU pre-flight trim. We've got aileron and rudder 00. Takeoff, taxi takeoff briefing complete. It's nice and quick. 67% on the cargo. Just feeding in now. Got stuff in the bulk side as well. And as that's happening, let's just have a quick look at MKStudios Zurich, shall we? So, a bit different to the Asobo offering. As you can see, performance actually quite good. And this is the freight area. There definitely needs to be a custom GSX profile for it, because otherwise, certainly it's a bit tricky in that case. Renus Logistics, don't pronounce that wrong. Cargo Logics warehouse and a little general aviation airport area here as well. There are some scripted bits like the fire trucks as well that you'll see just driving around the airfield doing their thing. Big Rosenbauer trucks and things. Thanks, Mikhail. My Chrome's been a bit weird, so it doesn't actually show me what's being kind of displayed on the videos and streams at the minute. And every now and again Chrome will just crash. It's very weird. Oh, he's going off-road. So there he is. That's one of the kind of ground vehicles that mooch about. And then you can see there that backdrop, a little bit of a construction zone. Nice approach lights that we saw on the arrival. And some pretty good ILS structures and things as well. We'll just bring that to 7 up a little bit. We'll just wiggle on up out here.
This is Nano Zulu Victor Zurich traffic crossing runway 28.
So we've got the satellite terminal with a nice interior by the looks of it. The Swiss flag's blowing like crazy in the wind. That's sunset now as well.
Pushback from gate.
Good backdrop. Look at that. Not particularly busy at the moment, but I'm sure when this does launch, this is going to get really busy. It's a nice scenery, to be fair, actually. Look at this. Glass is fantastic. Look at that for a view out the window. Oh, hello. Let's have a look at this. You can even read the board. Very nice. A little bit pixelated, but actually that's not bad at all. That's the one. Really nice detailing in here. Can't go in the tunnel, Stuart, by the looks of it. It's got like a blanking plate thing on it. There should be, I think, a train that connects this satellite area. Smoking area. Oh look, there's a lounge. This is very swanky. There's even got like a little kind of site. That's fantastic. Didn't know the airport had that. That's really superb, that is. Right, let's go and find that transit system. See if this is animated in any way, shape or form, shall we? Ausgang exit baggage claim. Ah, right, so it's kind of a road network. Right, yeah, and you probably queue there and get bussed then, I suppose. Not sure. Hence the tunnel. I'd have thought this would have been like a monorail or something. It's crazy. Yeah. Oh well. The Senator Lounge looked quite cool, didn't it? Really nice building work. Photogrammetry, the apron textures look superb as well. Runway textures are quite nice. It's a big old airport, this. (11th of December for the release for MKStudios Zurich, folks. It's going to be available on Contrail. The link is in the description below alongside a 10% off code for those of you who may not have ever used Contrail before, courtesy of the channel. Yeah, looking at my phone. Look at this. A lot of detail in this, my goodness. And the PMDG 777 freighter should be 45 minutes away approximately. So we'll still be in the air when this arrives onto your simulators, hopefully. Alright, so there's nothing there that connects into this. Here's the main building. Now look at that. That is absolutely amazing. Zurich duty free, empty shops. That does look very cool though, doesn't it? Look at that. Bar area down there on the kind of lower levels. It's very complex.
Traffic, Kyoto to Alpha Sierra, taxi to runway 32, via
very nice.
Kilo cross runway 8, Kyoto to Alpha.
I assume this bit is going to be very similar. So there's a massive like canteen thing here. And then more gates. And more gates. Very nice. What else have we got here? Do you guys want to see the maintenance areas? I suppose we should, shouldn't we? I'm going to get so told off by the missus. I was supposed to be streaming for about 2 to 2.5 hours today, so I've dropped the puppy off at the in-laws. They're looking after her. And she'll be due back from work in about an hour. I've already texted her saying, yeah, you might need to go and pick the puppy up. I might have dropped her off at your parents'. And I'm streaming, thanks. I don't think she's particularly pleased. Hey, this looks really good. Couple of cargo, aircraft in the maintenance hangars. Nice little touch there, because I don't like statics unless they're in maintenance. Actually, if they do them nicely, it looks pretty good. So that's very nice. Building textures and everything look really good as well. And they've customised the road network here. That's great to see. Oh yeah. There's a train. Static though. I don't know what the price of this will be, by the way, folks, either. Big old construction zone. Yeah, I don't know what the price of it's going to be, unfortunately. But I know the release date for this scenery is the 11th of December. And there's the end of the monorail station there, by the looks of it. Which leads us back round to Ryan Logistics. Yeah, pretty nice, right?
Sorry, traffic lot 42.
Actually, really quite nice scenery and everything. And I think that should be everything completed as well. So we'll go back to the jets.
Kilo and holding point runway. And holding point hotel
7.
Hotel 3. Lot 42 Papa Zurich.
Got the cargo strap back on, look there, that's a nice little touch. So what we'll do is we'll get the doors closed. We'll get to turn the night lighting on as well. Right, so beacon. Make that door.
So traffic Swiss
It's going to let me do this.
established ILS 28 at 12 miles. Sorry, traffic.
Restart QATL, so we're going to get rid of all of them. Run back here into the supernumerary area of the cargo aircraft. Doors are closed. What have we got? Okay, so that's not going to allow me control of it. So we go to here, ground operations. Is that closing? Not yet. Okay, so what we'll do is we go for prepare for pushback and departure, which should now trigger events like the cargo door to be closed and all that sort of stuff, because GSX has kind of locked its horns onto the jet. Yeah, all of them are thing at the moment. Okay, that's easier if I can close them like that, and now I'll force a restart of QATL. Haha! I win.
Sorry, traffic,
We'll arm the doors.
Papa crossing runway 28.
Ground power, all of that sort of stuff. So what have we got? Parking brake is set. Remove chocks. Hopefully. Where's my aeroplane logo?
Traffic, runway 28 is vacated.
Got a couple waiting to go to East Mids.
Zurich traffic,
All chocks are off.
405 inbound. Bravo, Lima Mike, 1 Golf arrival.
000, that's
or localizer runway 28.
beacon on. Make sure New Sky is tracking the flight. It is. Lights changed. I'll pause the music because now we can just start engines from here. Left start, auto starts active, fuel control lever to run. Pop that there, like so. So flaps fly, thrust limits. Make sure the engine page is displayed for the startup sequence. Lovely jubbly. Oh, actually, we need route data, wind data load.
To Papa, departure runway 32, and then
Descent forecast load.
Inbound Mammal.
So that's all good as well. Lovely jubbly. That's engine 1 started and stable. Right engine start. Let's fire the beast. Let's listen to the noise.
Sweet 65 heavy, 3 miles final runway 28, Zurich traffic.
Lovely jubbly, right. Lighting is looking pretty good as well at the moment. What have we got here? So that's all set. Just going to resync the traffic mode. Flight directors are on. ONAV, VNAV. Flight brake set, APU's running. Let's go board brake to RTO. That's all good. Anti-ice automatic, we'll do a master caution recall. Flight controls and ground equipment. So fully right. Watch the deflections on the instruments. Fully left. Lockstow, it's Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Back to neutral, all the way back on the stick. Forwards. You notice there the stab trim showed 5.5, but we need 4 on the FCU, so I'm going to get nose down. Right on the rudder. Just going to make sure that stab value now matches our trim requirements for today. Like so. So that's all good. Aileron trim is 0. Rudder trim's reset 0. That's good. And we're in Unicom 122.8. So center bit's done. That's all good. Anti-ice as required. Overhead looks good. APU can come off. Packs will move across. Grant, welcome, mate. We'll have quite a nice sunset sunset departure in Zurich by the looks of it as well. Just got to make sure we've got our lighting and everything set for this next section of the flight, so that we don't end up with it being very dark all of a sudden. Dome light can stay off actually. Okay, what do we got? Flaps 5. Oh no, runway headings, altitude 146. We'll get to 5 quite quick, so we'll need to make sure we then keep her going in the climb. APU's on cool down. Brakes off. Left and right, taxi lights. And from here, we're just going to taxi on straight out. Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Deltas taxiing out of Hotel 11 to hold point Alpha 1, runway 28. Going to put TCAS on TARA for now. Traffic mode's on. We won't use the weather radar just yet. So speeds, data, everything's all set. New Sky is recording our next leg. So 3-2, oops, trying to do a bit of multitasking here. Vebit for November, up to 5,000, and then EGNX, Hemel, 1 Echo, Pigott, ILS 27, Cruise 380. Just index 85-ish, I think, from memory. Good. So here it's quite good because we're not using this runway, but we're crossing over. I should have gone left of Kilo actually back there. Whoopsie. Bit of a longer taxi. Here's me trying to multitask like a fool. But we can see the approach path anyway. This does a bit of a favour in a way, because we can see if anyone's on final approach here at runway 28. Now we can pop the strobes on. Pretty clear. Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Delta Heavies crossing runway 28 onto Bravo, taxi hotel, hold hotel 3, runway 32, Zurich. We're using that runway over there. It's a mighty impressive scenery this actually for Zurich, and it performance wise runs really nicely. And runway 28 vacated Zurich. So this is a scheduled service for those of you in Osprey Airways. There's lots of shorter European hops. There's hops over the States and all that as well for when this launches. Big old crosswind of 8 knots for us to contend with on this next takeoff. Yep, we've got loads into YVR, David, as well. Or they connect through Memphis, I think, and Anchorage, I believe, from memory. 1 hour 45 going Clark into East Midlands. We've got strong old headwinds.
On 10 mile plan.
Okay, so here we go. Strobes, runway turn off, landing lights. Light up like a Christmas tree. Transponder, everything's all ready, 20 knots. Turn, just about, pushing it though. As Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Delta is lining up runway 32 and taking off on the VEBIT 4 November departure, Zurich. We'll come up here just to use the full length following this little taxiway line. Gently on the brakes, bring that speed off to about 5 knots or so, or 7 knots. Letting that nose wheel come across and then turning for the centre line. Here we go. This time I will bring her to a stop. Nose wheels centralised. Hold her on the brakes. 50% thereabouts. Engines look stable. Brakes off. Toga. A little bit of stick into wind. That crosswind. Here we go. Fiddly rudder. Speed's coming up pretty quick on the bird. Keeping that slight bit of aileron input.
V1.
Rotate.
V2.
Try and keep it balanced in that rotation. There we go.
Positive rate of climb.
Gear up. So I don't know if you saw that, but that tiny little bit of aileron that we had helped massively. Just kept those wings nice and level. Look at this. Pop autopilot on. LNAV, VNAV speed. And we're turning out as planned. That's off. Runway turn off. This sim is just stunning, isn't it? Taxi lights off. Accelerating. Just flick the collar. Go for 14 for now, just keep it moving. As Zurich traffic, World Express 601 Delta is airborne from runway 32, climbing through 4,000, VEBIT 4 November, final callback. Let's get rid of those flaps and slats. Oh yes. What a beauty. Great little flap actuator noise. And that beautiful sunset glazing over that wing structure. There go the slats. They're away. There's Zurich in the backdrop. And there's the big bird. Looking good. Right. Chasing the sunset now. We'll keep that heading bug moving. This is why we've set all our lighting prior to takeoff, folks, because of the rapid change in lighting and stuff as that sun begins to set. Standard pressure. Check the standby instruments. Bring a little bit of flood lighting onto the panel a bit more for the glare shield. And we're pretty much looking good. Flaps are up, gears up, got no lights. VNAV and LNAV are taking us up. 250. Put the weather radar on. It's on automatics, currently 1 up. I mean, for a 4-year-old simulator, this does look spectacular, doesn't it? Look at this. We've not visited Switzerland for a while. You've got all of the Alps in the backdrop there, being kind of turned orange almost with the sun. And through 10, we can actually leave it another bit to turn the landing lights off, but we'll just turn them off now, we don't need them. And what was it, cruise of 380. set that accordingly. Stunning. Don't forget, if you're just tuning in, the PMDG 777 freighter releases today, potentially in around 25 minutes from now. So that's very exciting. That MKStudios scenery for Zurich that we've just taken off from in the middle of today's service, that releases on the 11th of December, so a few days away from now. That's going to be on Contrail on launch. The link's down in the description, and you can get your hands on a 1 month extra free month. 1 month extra free month? That's the Hawkstone Black talking. The 1 month extra for free from our friends over at Navigraph, so you can bring yourselves a whole load of extra functionality into your sim with Jefferson format charts, overlays of aircraft that are in the vicinity on VATSIM or IVAO, weather, all of that sort of good stuff, and with that as well, AirAct data and all the other functionality that we can enjoy, including an easy way to find frequencies for your mates on VATSIM that might be controlling. Definitely Gamer Clark. Mr. Dog, yes, well, it's a separate add-on, so yes, you have to pay effectively the full price of this when it does release, because this is its own add-on in itself. You won't get a discount for having the 777-300, for example. But we've been told by Mathis that this will be very what was the word? It'll be a very surprising release price. When we do find out, then I'll let you know. Although I'm sure the chat will light up anyway. Massive thank you for over 100 likes today as well. It's great to see lots of you enjoying today's live stream. I know I haven't really been streaming very much at the minute with the puppy growing up. I had her downstairs settling earlier for about 20 minutes, and then she started howling because I was upstairs. So we're still working on the separation stuff. It's a bit tricky, but the in-laws thankfully are pretty brilliant, and they've offered to look after her while we stream today, so big thank you to them, of course, as well. I was about to say not that they would be watching, but sometimes her stepfather does actually watch the channel, so got to be careful what I say. Look at this. What a way to launch. You've got, obviously, you can still put the tablet up here, you can pop it down there, you can pop it away if you want, wherever you want. 20, 38, 314's a nice climb speed. Yeah, you can have that opinion, Mr. Dogs, fair enough. Nobody's going to challenge that. You can feel like it's overpriced if you wish. I personally think that what they offer is very good value for money. But it's each to their own. Some of us like Airbus more than Boeing, some of us like Boeing more than Airbus. Some of us want to dive in and do barrel rolls in a helicopter in the Grand Canyon. Oh, looks like the race is on with whoever that is. Who is that? I can have a little look at Navigraph actually. That is Speedbird 583 off to Heathrow. Same altitude as us actually, so that's something to consider. Now we're on Unicom. We're climbing ahead of him faster though, because we are a Rapido 777. We've got this horrible headwind killing us on the way back. So where we had that 120 odd knot tailwind pushing us all the way to Switzerland, now we've got that to fight on the way back, and it'll be interesting to see how the aircraft handles that. VATSIM skies are starting to get alive now though. and the sunset is superb. Lockster says, so British Av Geek 2024 is almost over. What would you consider to be the best airport add-on in the EU and the USA this year? Oh mate, that's a good question. Oh, you know what? I don't know. I think Henrik's gone in with Flight Beam San Francisco. That is a lovely scenery. I think there are so many really good quality sceneries now that I'm actually going to really struggle to pinpoint one particular that I would have as a favourite. Yeah, that's a tough call. I don't really know what to. I don't really know which one to kind of put down as a suggestion. Maybe Edinburgh version 2 from Pyre Devco, with all of the little animations and the precise details and all of those tiny little things that actually make a beautiful, beautiful regional airport package. What else have we got in the US? Yeah, I think I'd probably say Edinburgh version 2 is right up there. I've got to have a little look through my other live streams now to see when I've last done a few bits. By the way, the things that we brought up yesterday on Milan, not yesterday, the other day, on the Milan stream that we did, that has actually apparently all been fixed, those issues that we noted. Frankfurt's good, but they are really heavy on performance, and I'm very conscious that not everybody's got an RTX 4090 like I have, so that is the one thing that kind of relegates that somewhat. Yeah, I'm going to say Pyre Devco's Edinburgh version 2, I think is my favourite for this year, as it stands at the moment. And if I was to have to pick my favourite series of aircraft released this year, it's a juggle between the Just Flight RJ100 and the PMDG 777, including this one, the Freighter, and the 300ER. Kind of combine them into one. They're both absolutely superb, and they both offer incredibly different things. Although actually the Flubberwhite A380 as well, I love. Yeah, it's hard. Now we've got so much choice in MSFS 2024, it is actually genuinely really difficult to work it out. Yeah, David, because there's more involvement in the Boeings, so I feel like if there's a bit of a challenge, I feel like it's a bit more rewarding. If you pull it off, if you know what I mean. Oslo Goderman from Aerosoft is a good shout, MPS Gaming, actually. That's a beautiful scenery as well. Alex says, how's the GSX integration? Have they implemented it similar to the Phoenix, or is it just able to open the doors? It's just like opening the doors and stuff, Alex. So it's like the 777-300ER and the 737s. That's stunning, isn't it? For Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, that there doesn't look any different to the new sim on my 4K monitor. And I was in my sim the other day in the C-17 flying into Akrotiri with sunset, and I thought it looked superb, but actually now looking at this sunset, very little difference to differentiate between the two. What we'll do is we'll fight this headwind on the way back. Trash, yeah. Although the Phoenix simulations stuff are incredibly deep simulation as well. And I'm not saying they're rubbish, by the way, because they are fantastic. They are absolutely brilliant, and I love them as well. That's why I said earlier, there's a bit of a caveat. It's really tough to decide what your favourite scenery or aircraft add-on is these days, because the quality that we're now enjoying inside Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and soon hopefully 2024 is something that I probably would never have even dreamt of when this sim got released 4 years ago. I would have maybe hoped for some improvements, you know, similar to that with Flyboir A32NX with the level of depth that offers. But now we've got these amazing products, the Just Flight Avro RJ that released the other day. That is just superb. Real creme de la creme regional hopper. The PMDG 777-300ER and the 200 freighter now that's about to release imminently. Superb, world class. Phoenix and their Airbus series, the A319 2021 and the Sharklets that they've not long updated. Again, world class, superb. Just can't. There are so many top class aircraft add-ons now that you can't really separate them all to say, well, this one's not as good as this one, and because they all offer complete supremacy, like, you know, complete brilliance with unique differences. Somebody asked in the chat a minute ago, let me just scroll up because I remembered somebody asking, there we go, Stubaka. Are the FSS E-Jets any good now that they've had an update? It doesn't need to be study level, but I'm after a new challenge. To be honest, mate, if you cut through the marketing nonsense, no, not really. They still don't have a custom FMS, they still don't have a custom VNAV, and they still don't have a custom LNAV or a custom autopilot that's reliable. So it is still really rubbish, in my opinion. People should be holding developers like that to account for when they promise various things in early access and then 2 or 3 years later still haven't achieved what they've promised to achieve. That's pretty despicable, and actually I think the tolerance for that shouldn't be as forgiving as it is. The 727 is good fun, but that's where they get away with it, FSS, because it's a very bare bones avionics aircraft, utilitarian kind of not very modern route of a trijet. So with that, they've just basically plonked the default autopilot in with a couple of tweaks, and because there's no glass cockpit and it's all analog, they can just about get away with it because the autopilot's very basic. It's like a gyro kind of what's it called? Gyropilot instead of a true autopilot, I think, from memory. I'm trying to remember now, it's been a little while. Still good fun. The 727 is fun, it's a challenge, but it's got a lot of problems. 38 85. It's got a Mach 8.6. Vroom vroom. And the TFDI MD-11. Yeah, it's good, but now there's an option of the 777 freighter. If you haven't bought either, this is the one out of the two that I would buy. Again, there's a lot of bugs, a lot of issues, a lot of features missing with the TFDI Designs MD-11 that haven't been completed yet. And whilst it is a really nice aircraft package, there's a lot of rough edges around it. And for the price point, again, we don't know the price of this, but we've been told we're going to be pleasantly surprised. You know, this is what I would choose out of the two, in my opinion. They're both, again, good. I enjoy both, but this is by far and large more complete and a hell of a lot better. I've actually, hold on, Discord. So those of you who fly for Osprey Airways, I'm going to just quickly head over to this thing. I've now been sent the Virtual Airlines special launch customer livery for the PMDG 777 freighter. How do I download it? There we go, that button there. Well done, Luke. Continue with download only. And I'm going to share it in our Discord server in the New Sky section. And it's a PTP file, so you can download and install it via the Operations Center. So install the VA, launch customer V777 freighter There we go. Right, it's in the New Sky thread within our Osprey Airways ops section of the Discord server. So that is the 777 launch customer virtual airline livery now shared with all of you who fly for Osprey Airways. Very exciting. Oh, by the way, 8 minutes ago, the Just Flight RJ Professional has just been updated again to version 1.2. What have we got here? Jeez. Added Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 compatibility. Fixed GSX fuel, truck not disconnecting after completing the refuel. Overlapping text on EFB aircraft config menu. Fixed cabin ground power available light logic now remains illuminated whenever external power is available. Added fade in, fade out effects to the exterior lighting to simulated incandescent bulbs. Fixed enable to change speeds flip chart after toggle EFB option on and off. An improved EFB page transition between WASM and JS HTML pages. Improved navlight electrical source. One navlight on each wingtip is powered by the essential DC. The other by the ground service bus. And then they've updated the manuals. So there you go. Just Flight have now got their RJ Professional package compatible with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 as of about 10 minutes ago. If you haven't purchased that yet, then I'm going to put a link in the live chat. It's an affiliate link via Contrail, so it's a great way of supporting the channel at zero cost to you guys. What it then also means is you could use that code that's in the live stream description for today, and that will get you 10% off your order. So you save yourself a little bit more. Dosh. Very exciting. Oh, that RJ100 is just superbly fantastic. Just really enjoyable, very fun, bit of a challenge. Regional, so you could just hop around. It's all quite intense because you're up and then you're thinking about descent, and it's just great fun from start to finish. Schlind, it says, well, they've said around 1600 Zulu. Will, yes matey, of course I can. Here we go. So here's the overhead, the back panel and all that kind of stuff in the flight deck. Now we've got some of the lighting up as well for night time. Lovely job. The curtain, by the way, is the flight deck door. We go to the supernumerary area. Again, the doors armed disarmed animation is clickable, toggleable. Seatbelt signs are illuminating depending on the modes, and we've got the cargo door control panel there as well, which you can utilise. Ceiling lights will work as well, and then through here is actually by default the door closed and latched. You can open that, and then you've got the cargo hold area here, which currently has all the lights off. There we go. GSX was playing a bit silly with them, so I've turned them all on now. Look at that. Got these lovely rollers. Cracking, right? Mr. Aneurysm, welcome, mate. Still got the Aston back there. Tony's asking no. So we did the other day. It was secured in this little zone here, wasn't it? But we've changed the loading. We've still got the Yorkshire tea on board. Apparently the people of Switzerland didn't want it, so we're taking it back. But beyond that, we've then also got lovely little wing view. That sun's about to tip down below the horizon there. We've got that custom cargo load. Little of an artifact thing going on there. Might be my frame generation, I'm not sure. Oh, there's a phone here. Main deck cargo ceiling. Hold on. Wow. Loadmaster panel. What's this? Maintenance access only. I'm going to see if I can go through it. It doesn't open. Wow! We can close that to block the light out, as Trasheepster said. Absolutely stunning. Roadblocks, yes. Separate product, mate. Performance jack, amazing. Like the 777-300ER, this is superbly smooth. So yeah, very, very nice indeed. We should probably now set up the lights for night time. Floor lights, first time checking those out actually. Pop that on dim, might be quite a nice little bit of ambience around there. Very subtle changes. Brightness. Ooh, look at that one. See that there? That's the brightness of wiping across the screen. That's amazing. I'll quickly do it the other way. Oh, it's not doing it the other way. Boo. Oops. What the heck happened there? Map lights. Is it going to do this one? Of course, that's on. That's set up. The pedestal's looking good. Well, the 777-300ER was $77.73, wasn't it? But it's now reduced to $74.99, by the way, on sale. It's $74.99 currently, the 777-300ER. A couple of dollars off. 777 Freighter, which is based on the 777-200LR airframe, but with bigger wings and a different engine to match the 300. Bigger takeoff weights and all that kind of stuff. I reckon we're looking at around $40, you know. How much is the 737? So that's the 737-600 is $34.99. I think this is going to be around $40. And that is a complete guess. But you guys better go wild if it does hit around there. Top descent in 200 and so miles. A few guys agreeing there. Some of you are going highball with some sort of $50, $60 plus. Let's get the charts up, shall we? We're going to go to, where do we, so we're there just at RLP. Paul's ahead of us. He's off to EGNX. Nice. Gamer Clark, are you going to be controller for our way in, by the way? Quite nice. What have we got? So Hemel 1 Echo, RNAV 2, RNAV arrival for the ILS 27. Again, like the other day when we flew in here, we're going to be Hemel at 220 down here, and then we're going to work up towards Welling, then Velag. Excuse the squiggly line. From there, working up to Upduck, because we all joked about what's Upduck. Round to Piggott. And then we have an additional chart we need to pin, and I'll show you guys that in a second, because from Piggott we're going to turn around and then we're going to fly up like this. That's effectively how our approach is going to look. Just draw a little arrow. So for that we need to go to Star, and we've got the Hemel 1 Echo, but we also have an approach via Piggott, which is an additional chart like so. And that's that turn there. So as we reach Piggott at flight level 80, we'll continue that turn inbound like that, down to 8,000 feet, working down to 4,000, and then turning inbound for that final approach. And then we'll have to make sure we've got all our minimums, our frequencies and all that sort of stuff again. Meta Hamburg is asking, is it still true that PMDG does not guarantee a free Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 update? Because that would be a huge no-buy argument for him at this stage. So that's relating to a post from Robert Randazzo the other day. Basically, there's a lot of ongoing issues with the way that PMDG code their add-ons. They've used certain debugging times and all that kind of stuff, and tools and things like that. And effectively, it means that they can't get into the new sim to debug it properly and ensure compatibility with their products. So, effectively, what they need to do is work with a SOBO, spend a lot of time, hours, time is money for a company, working with a SOBO to get these debugging tools working with MSFS 2024 so that they can test and tweak their products for the new simulator. There's no time frame on that because their debugging tools don't currently work. Depending on how much work is required, he's basically said they can't guarantee it's going to be a free update. There might be a small charge, or there might be a charge of some sort, but they will explain more in due course when they know for certain one way or another. It's not out yet, by the way, folks. I'm monitoring the website for you. But hey, you know, I've got like 15 build sceneries, and if I want proper compatibility with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, I've got to pay £5 per ruddy scenery. So that's 75 quid just for the scenery I've already bought from them to work. That's greedy, Alex. This is an aircraft add-on with a vast amount of complexity and simulation. So if they then turn around and say, look, we've done a lot of work with this and you need to pay €5 or £5, then I wouldn't necessarily mind that. But scenery angers me somewhat. Because that is any builds just literally turning us into cash cows. But again, they're a business and they need to generate revenue. We're the customer. We've got to pay for the stuff. Otherwise businesses cease to exist ultimately, don't they? I mean, it's funny because there's been quite a few comments about you know, what if PMDG charge X amount of money and all that kind of stuff. Well, they might do, but I would rather pay for an add-on, an aircraft that I really like in the new sim to work, as opposed to 30, sometimes maybe you know, around about 30% of the original cost of a scenery to work in the new sim. I think is a bit eye-watering, especially when this sim is, well, the hobby is extremely expensive anyway, isn't it, for us? Yeah, that's it. So the PMDG are using C++ still, Dark Fury, where a lot of other developers aren't using that anymore, which is why PMDG's debugging tools don't work, from what I understand. Just going to pull the METAR quickly into East Midlands. John, so basically I've put the simulator onto that second 2TB M2 NVMe card. Unit 1013, that's good, there's no change from standard pressure there then. Winds 170 at 9. So I'm going to go departures arrivals, EGNX, ILS 27, transition Pigot, Hemel 1 Echo. It's going to build that like so. And then we can go charts. 2,000 feet by 8 miles. At 5 miles we have the glide slope. So if I'm going to put in, I'll put an 8 mile fixed ring in, and that will give me an idea then of roughly when I want to be at 2,000. We'll have a few minutes level at that altitude. And I'll do 4 miles as well to slow to final approach speed. And then I'll put a back course, extended centre line in it as well. Oh, it's already done that for me. 08888, lovely. Right, so Metar says then, I understand that, but it takes money to update products. But it releases right now, like Phoenix, Just Flight, other developers are able to guarantee a free update. So they code slightly differently. Don't forget Phoenix, for an example, because that comes up a lot as well. All of their simulation actually runs in a program outside of the simulator, and then they feed the data into the sim using, I think, Sim Connect, I think. So for them to change elements of their software, which is effectively ProSim, it's very different to a purely coded aircraft add-on that works in the sim. It's coded to work in the sim. So that's very, very, very different, to be fair. But yeah, there's differences, and every single business is going to operate their own policies slightly different. It is what it is, unfortunately. The ones that are being downright greedy should be called out, but PMDG is not one of those, for what it's worth, in my opinion. Dogdag Gamer saying that they're all about money. I don't think that's the case. And all of these are a choice, as Chinlin says. You don't have to buy this stuff. You can, if you don't like it, don't buy it. But then you miss out on all this juicy 777 goodness, which I very much enjoy. So Coton's coming up in 6 miles. We didn't do a fuel check on the way out. We should probably do that on the way. So we should have 12 point. We've got 12.8 at the moment. Waypoint Coton. Where is that on my list? 12.1 tons of fuel on board should be what we have. Jack, no, there's no freeware Dublin, mate. I don't think there's a. Is it MKStudios? I think make Dublin version 2. So you can go and purchase that. Precisely, Barney. I agree with you there. That's my opinion. I think they're just seeing $5 for an enhanced version of a scenery that already has got loads of bugs and performance issues. Doesn't really wash. Vampire Bill, there's not going to be a discount for existing users for the 777-200LR. But we've been told it will be a very good price. Still not released yet though. And again, when we get to East Midlands, it's very similar to what we did the other day. We're landing on runway 27, so we want to vacate pretty much right down the bottom, and it's then a very short taxi back into those DHL stands that we started the journey from today. So what we can do is basically just leave auto brake 1 engaged, and then revert to manual brakes. We could even leave auto brake off, actually, realistically, and then just use manual brakes. Let's do that for a change. We'll just do all manual brakes. We won't use auto brake. Light Writer, no, they're completely separate. So you can just have the 777 freighter that we're in today if you want to, or if you want the 777-300ER, you can just buy that and download that. They don't work together; they work separate from one another. They're completely separate add-ons, basically. What's going to be the landing performance? Expect landing at 201. 201, that's good. Okay, well that's telling us auto brake 3 is required with reversers. Crikey. It is a slightly shorter runway. Oh well, let's get rid of that for now. How are we doing? Oh yeah. Look at those strobes. Mr. Aneurysm, MKStudios Zurich releases on the 11th of December, mate. It'll be available via Contrail. That beacon light's stunning as well. Look how bright that is. That's definitely improved. And the strobes. Very bright. PMDG have included all of the real-world operators of this aircraft, by the way, in their operations centre for liveries. So Aerologic, DHL, Polar, Kalita, the DHL operated by Singapore Airlines, all of that stuff is all included in this operations centre. And I know I've mentioned it before, but if you're just tuning in, if you fly for Osprey Airways, our channel's virtual airline, we've got a whole load of routes on the network ready to go, stretching from Anchorage through to Vegas, Memphis, Boston and LA and New York, all the way across into the UK and across Europe, as far as Dubai then as well. So pretty good. So Epvax, Tiger Big and Hill, Alta Pebble, Welling, Verlag. So this is what we wanted the other day actually, because we had some speed issues, didn't we? So we'll just bring up the charts. I'm going to flick this to night mode because it looks rather jazzy. Hemel 1 Echo, Verlag and Max 250. So what have we got here? 250. So we're going to just manually tweak some of this data. Upduck is max 220 knots. And Pigot's max 220 knots as well. So this is what we didn't do the other day, and we got into Velag and we realised we were far too quick. So we've changed that. We've put that data in there to match what's required. And then we've got Daventry 25 DME, still 8-0, and then we should start to step down 7, 5, at 4,000 at 220. Going to change that a little bit as well. Little tweaks here and there, just to hopefully neaten it all out for us. We'll get rid of those charts. The paint kit is available now as well, so those of you who are livery artists, you'll be able to get your hands on that at some point soon. That Hawkstone Black, which is like a Jeremy Clarkson's version of Guinness, is superb. The 777 freighter release date, there's an event that's just said starting in 46 minutes on the PMDG forum. So it looks like it's about 1 hour away, so it's actually looking like 1700 UTC now. So slightly an hour later than originally planned. But yeah. Ian, yeah, sure. If you put down the routes, mate, put the routes together, and I can zhuzh a tour up for you. How about that? Yeah, you got FedEx, you got Eva. There'd be a cross-flow traffic there. Look at that, beautiful. This is absolutely stunning. Actually, we can turn flood off as well. And glacial flood. Oh yeah, green. turn these down as well because they're a bit bright. I don't want to knock the throttles though. And I'll flirt. Turn the standby instrument down as well. Whee, look at that little contrail there. Got another one below us. That's epic. Look at this. Oh, I love flight sim. It's bloody brilliant. What a way to spend an afternoon. So that is Vueling 24 Romeo Foxtrot, Amsterdam to Barcelona. Hello Trey. And we also had Liam fly underneath as well, going to Eham to Palma. All's right up ahead. So still got no ATC online currently over London, but that's okay, we'll just keep an eye on that. I reckon we can turn that up a little bit, just mute the pedestal a tiny bit, look, just for a bit of ambience with those floor lights. Yeah, set to dim, just to get a bit of ambience there. Don't want the dome light on. That supernumerary area, nice and bright. Whoa, that's well bright, and you can turn them off as well. Look, we get the that kind of ambience there as well. Poke ahead down to the cargo area through the night now. Juicy. Pop back into that flight deck. It sounds like 1700 UTC Quasem now, so it's just slipped back a little bit, that's all. Silky Smooth says he can't wait for this aircraft, he loves the 777-300ER, but the freighter is all he wants. Not long left to wait. I mean, look at that, even the kind of reflection on the cowl, that looks really realistic. And don't forget that free 1 month Navigraph subscription to extend. If you sign up for a month or a year, you get an extra month thrown in for free using the link that's pinned in the live chat. More details are in the description as well for the live stream today, so check that out. Nobody knows what the price is yet, Kasim. But they've said we'll be pleasantly surprised. I'm estimating around $40 US, I think. Tony says he used to service British Midlands full motion 737-400 rigs. His favourite to work on when he was in the RAF, he worked on the VC-10 sim with real rolling map and camera. Crikey. It's pretty cool. By the way, weather and wind, if we just go into Valanta, just show you guys this. I said at the start of today's journey as well, but you may have missed it. The UK at the moment is expecting a strong wind weather warning in place through the rest of basically the weekend ahead. I'm back to work, but yeah, through the rest of the week ahead, you can expect, if you're flying on the VATSIM network, certainly Wales, tomorrow there's a red weather warning in place for very strong winds and heavy rain, and then also for most of the rest of the UK. So Heathrow tomorrow afternoon is probably going to be particularly horrible as well. But you can see all this weather currently over Scotland as well. That's snow on the radar actually, I think, that big old blob of white. But there we are, just north of Compiègne. We're being chased by Badger, Osprey 919er. He's in the beautiful Laboire A380 in our retro or vintage livery of Osprey Airways. Very nice. And we're chasing Paul, Osprey 27 Alpha up there as well, leading the pack back to East Midlands. Osprey 96 November's back here in the A320 Neo. He's got airborne as well. He's following us. And we've left that A319 in its wake. Can't keep up the mighty triple. But a bit of cloud around there actually. We'll just have a quick look at the TAF to see what the forecast is going to be for EGNX in the next kind of couple of hours. See if there's anything on the TAF. No worries, Mathis. Thanks for clarifying, matey. So there you go. Just to answer some of your questions about release times and things. Mathis from PMDG is in the chat still. Just saying there's a bit of confusion around the release time. They're working out a couple of things here and there. They're not rushing it. They don't know how much time it will take. So just keep an eye on them. The TAF has actually broken my Nightbot. So bear with me. I'll try and find a different way of getting that into you guys on the chat. My goodness. Weather. TAF. Oh wow, okay, yeah, no, fair enough, right. I'm gonna have to copy and paste this into 2 blocks. This is one heck of a TAF. You ready for this? Oh, even that's too many. Oh my goodness. Maybe 4 blocks then. Right, here we go. That is the TAF for East Midlands Airport. I've never seen one so long. Good luck decoding that. Oh my goodness, we better start now. Okay, so 0614 is today's date from 14Z to the 7th tomorrow at midday. Mean winds 260 at 7 knots. All the 9 scattered cloud 4500 AGL. Becoming between 15 and 18Z tonight. That's the time period we're in now. 180 degrees, 10 knots, temporarily 7,000 meters visibility in rain, becoming this evening between 6 and 9 PM UK time. 170 degrees at 20 knots, gusting 33 knots, temporarily 6,000 meters between 7 PM and midnight tonight. 6,000 meters visibility in rain, light rain and drizzle, broken cloud at 1,200 feet with a 30% probability in that same time period of 4,000 meters visibility with heavy rain, rain and drizzle, broken cloud at 600 feet AGL, becoming between 9 PM again and 2400 hours. 210 degrees at 23 knots, gusting 33 with a 30% probability of 180 degrees at 28 knots, gusting 43 knots. Ooh. And then the rest of that is tomorrow. You can see there the terminal aerodrome forecast going into tomorrow is pretty horrible as well, into the early hours. It's one heck of a TAF. So that's the storm that we're expecting over the next few days. I'm going to try and find the TAF for Heathrow. Open airport. Bear with me, folks. That's a bit nicer. So this is Heathrow for those of you who might be looking to fly tomorrow. Again, that's 112 too many characters, my goodness. So this is going to be a 2-part copy and paste job. So this is Heathrow over the next 24-hour period. There you go, in the chat. In case you're planning on flying tonight or tomorrow, between 3 PM 6 AM tonight, winds 160 at 8, temporarily 7,000 meters visibility and rain, becoming 180 at 17 knots, gusting 31 between 6 PM and 9 PM tonight, with a 40% probability between 9 PM and 1 AM tonight. 3,000 meters visibility, heavy rain, broken cloud at 900, becoming 230 degrees at 20, gusting 33 between 11 PM and 2 AM tonight. And then 6 AM tomorrow to 10 AM while I'm at work, winds 240 degrees, 25 knots, gusting 43 knots in 4,000 meters visibility, rain, 1,200 feet, broken cloud, 40% probability, temporarily between 10 and 6 PM tomorrow, prime flight sim type time, 7,000 meters visibility and rain, broken cloud 1,400, and gusting 290 at 20, gusting 35. So there you go. I found you guys a location to fly from tomorrow. This thing can take most of that, I think. That's amazing. So that's why we've got this big old headwind at the moment resisting our flight path towards the UK, because this huge weather system, those TAFs are proof of that. They're all building at the moment into the UK overnight for those big old storms. If I get the Met Office website up, I'll be able to show you guys the weather warnings. There we go. Right, this is the weather warning in place in the UK at the moment. If I can stop doing fat fingers, has changed somewhat actually. The red weather warning for Wales has disappeared. Yellow for wind, yellow for rain, yellow for snow up in the highs of Scotland. Wind and rain in Inverness and all that kind of stuff as well. Saturday, that's tomorrow, so this is where I mentioned the red weather warning in Wales. Sounds like a good time to go and fly the C-17 around the Mac Loop. Amber weather warnings for rain and wind, red around St David's and Swansea, a little bit of Cardiff and the Bristol Channel as well, so be careful if you live around there, folks. And then yellow for wind for most of the rest of the UK, to be fair, as well. Pretty unstable, quite gnarly. Be safe on the roads. Maximum demonstrated crosswind, thanks Mathis, for the 777 on a dry runway is 38 knots. See, small fry, it's going to be easy. I want to see you guys do some videos and stuff flying this in the storm tomorrow. That could be quite fun. Blind Panda, yeah, we spoke about that a little earlier on actually. It's really cool. About 20-30 minutes ago, Just Flight rolled their RJ professional update with compatibility for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Very exciting. Superb product from them. If it's any consolation, Mathis, I wouldn't want to live on any other island in the Atlantic, so... I did toy with the idea of moving to Australia, but then got poo-pooed by the missus. I've got to highly recommend Hawkstone Black. It's limited edition from Diddley Squat Farm as well. Smooth British Stout. Very, very nice. It's like how could I describe it? It's like a sophisticated Guinness. Hey Marshall, yes, the PMDG the other day when they mentioned about release times, they said at some point in the evening GMT. So that could be in the next few hours at any point really. It's just something to bear in mind. I think initially there was an estimate of 1600, but that's never been a guarantee. That's slipped because that's 30 minutes ago. There is an event on the Discord server at the moment indicating 5 PM, but again, like Mathis has said a moment ago in the live chat, times are a little bit flexible at the moment. They're not committing to anything, they're just working on a few things here and there before rushing it out. They don't want to rush it out, they just want to make sure it's ready and then press the go switch. Which in America is trigger, but yeah. You guys get the drift. Top of descent. It's coming up already, crikey. Mach 86 has done the trick. So we've already done the data, we've manually changed some of the approach data as well with the speed constraints and things. We've got a fixed ring in place with an extended centre line coming out from the runway that we're landing on. 088 bearing on the runway. And we've got an 8 mile and a 4 mile fixed ring. So 8 miles we want to be at 2,000 feet there. We've done our VNAV descent page as well, so that's already done. And the QNH 1013, oh yeah, that's a point. We should probably set that. Is now ready. We've got to do estimated landing weight 201.3. So we'll pop that in the box and we'll go for flap 30. Get our V speeds in there as well. And we need to do our minimums. We're going to leave auto brake off for this touchdown. We're going to use manual brakes only, just because we can. And what else? Charts. So very quickly we can check the Navrad page, and we got 10935, yeah, and 268 for the inbound course. That's parked at the moment, that's good, I'm happy with that. And we can tune in the ADF of 353 decimal 5. I'll pop that into ADF right, and we'll just leave that to track as well, so we'll see the needle for the NDB start to wiggle as we get closer in as well. So that's all good and checked. We need to change the barrow actually as well, so we'll set a rad out of 101. Why not? Probably easier to achieve. Okay, we're pretty much there then. After takeoff, descent then. So recall checked. We've done the notes. We leave auto brake off, and the landing data set approach brief is complete. Turn the charts off. We'll tick approach because the altimeters will change across anyway at 7,000, and then the rest of that is auto populating as well. So that's all good. Hope you've enjoyed today, folks. Hey, Fred says he knew I shouldn't have installed Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Yeah, I did say this a little while ago, though granted you may not have watched me at the time. I did say don't uninstall this simulator because we know it works, and it works very nicely. So we've got that reliability. I'm going to click that across, set 8,000. We're on LNAV and VNAV. So I think it's the first time flying this in night as well, isn't it? Even the 777-300 I don't think we've operated at night. This is beautiful. Top of descent, 40 miles. Be right back. Right, thanks for that, folks. We've got all that weather now starting to blow in as well. That high level cloud, the unstable atmosphere. We've still got that big old headwind of 114 knots slowing us right down. So our ground speed's only 383, even though we're at Mach 86. 40 miles to Biggin Hill. Just before that we hit top of descent. We've done all of our approach bits, our descent planning. We've checked all our data. I think we're ready, aren't we, for the end of Sector 2 now. So we just get her on the ground, and then hopefully as we park up, this mighty beast will release itself for you all to enjoy. But yeah, look at that. Superb, isn't it? Beautiful lights. They've done a great job. And then we go to the outside, and look at that super bright, whoosh, very impressive strobe and beacon light effects. I'm sure you guys will agree. Pack a right punch. Very, very good. And again, this livery relates to an aircraft we mentioned on the stream the other day that you may have missed. This aircraft in real life, this DHL 777 freighter, is only 2 and a bit years old, so it's practically a brand new aircraft. Got that light there from doors 1 showing the supernumerary area lit up. There's our contrails. Little bit of weather on the weather radar there. Speedbird 85 Heavy, welcome aboard, thanks for subscribing. Don't forget to check out that Navigraph deal, folks. 1 extra month for free, exclusive to the channel. You click that link in the live chats pinned in. It's also in the description for today's live stream. And then your quid's in with a month extra for free. Just Captain Sean, no, this is all default. There's no mods or anything with this. This is all as the 777 is. They're all PMDG's work. I don't mod anything with lights or anything like that. I just leave it all as it is. It looks amazing, right? Properly punchy at this kind of level of night time. Hey Fred says, anyone know if there's a list of New Sky Virtual Airlines somewhere? It's actually on New Sky itself, so if you go to newsky.app, you can then click that button for the airlines. You can see all of them, including Osprey Airways, our own. You'll be able to search through all of them. Alpaca as well, Flight Deck to Sims Virtual Airline has started to migrate across to New Sky. Victor, not yet, matey. Not yet, not yet. Coming soon. Okay, what have we got? So, LNAV, VNAV, we've got MCP set to 8,000, closing in on top of descent. If we get to about 10 miles, I'll drop the VNAV speed back to FMS speed. And again, as a reminder, because I know I'll get some comments on short final going, you haven't set your auto brake yet. We're going to leave it off for this. We'll just use manual brakes only for touchdown. Wesley, crikey, 2 more months, mate. Been with us for 46 months as a channel member. Appreciate all the support. Definitely going to get told off by the missus when she gets home. I was meant to have finished streaming about an hour ago to pick the dog up again, but she's having to finish work, go and get the dog, and then come home. So probably in the doghouse tonight. But hey, this is my last day off, and I've been able to do very limited things recently. So I thought, yeah, I'll have an afternoon where I can kind of get a real good bit of fun in the sim going for all of you guys. Barney Ox, epic. Nice one, mate. Glad to hear you're enjoying it. Yeah, and that's the great thing. You can have Osprey Airways scheduled services, passenger and cargo. We're flying a scheduled cargo sector at the moment for this. And you can use free flight as well. And free flight gives you the ability to do whatever you want, fly whatever you want, anywhere in the world to suit yourself. If you want scheduled service, then it physically moves the aircraft in the fleet around the globe based on those scheduled sectors that you fly. So if we flew to Zurich. If I'd have stopped at Zurich on the scheduled service, Osprey 601 Charlie, it would have kept it in Zurich until I then fly, or someone else flies it back to its base at East Midlands, or even a flight to Heathrow, or whatever it might have been. Drag required. I was chatting and chatting and chatting away, and I forgot to reset the speed. It's giving us a warning of drag required there, but actually that should solve itself imminently. See what it does. Yeah, that looks like it's sorted itself. Pretty much, Mikael, yeah. Pretty much. Was only ever flying's free flight as well. It's a nice flexible way of operating stuff around. Robert Randazzo's in the chat as well. Welcome, good morning to you, sir. Thanks for all the extra work, the exceptional work on these products. You and the dev team as well. Robert says, hashtag blame PMDG. Tell her we said thank you for the time, and PMDG's 2 office dogs approved having you on. Appreciate it, thank you very much. Good luck for the launch as well. What office dogs do you have? My new puppy's a German Shepherd, which was the same as we had prior to our last one passing away as well. He passed away at 8, sadly, which caught us off guard. And we've ended up getting a little girl this time. She is wonderful, but it's a little bit of a tickle of the old separation anxiety creeping in, which makes content streaming, all that sort of stuff, very difficult. This is spectacular. Look at this. About to head into the clouds. All the anti-ice systems are on automatic. I suppose operator dependent. They might actually physically put those to the on position now. But I don't know if different operators do that, or if they leave them all on automatic. I'm not sure. 2 gold retrievers, lovely. Solo, the failed show dog, and a 1-year-old brother Leo, who might be the only dog to have ever had a meet air with a Canadian goose. So Leo loves flying as well. That's epic. That's really cool. We've definitely found that our German Shepherd is a little bit needy. Very murky. For those of you flying in the storms tomorrow over the UK, this is going to be exceptionally good fun. It's going to be quite the challenge. Aircraft like this are very capable of some of the weather that's being forecast, but bear in mind you might need to alter your V-speeds as well. So if you've got variable winds that are switching and they're backing and veering from like a runway heading to a crosswind, then you might find that if you're leaving VREF +5, you're going to get caught out with those winds. If they then snap away from a headwind into a crosswind, you'll lose that extra few knots on your indicated airspeed, for example, and then all of a sudden you might find that you've got a slight issue with flying too slowly. So there's just something to bear in mind there for you guys. So you might find adding 10 knots or even 15, depending on what's happening, might be suitable. Still 1228. Got our frame generation being a bit wonky. Let's have a quick check. So we've got Dublin, Gatwick. Right, yeah, looks like we are good for Unicom all the way. A little bit of break underneath the clouds coming out now. Yeah, my little girl is definitely a lot more needy, a little bit more clingy than my boy dog previously. I can't even go upstairs to brush my teeth without her going and screaming the house down. But yeah, little steps, baby steps. She is only 4 months old. And eventually when she realises that upstairs isn't super exciting and she wants to bite and pull my motorcycle gear off the hangers in the flight sim room and eat things in my toolbox or whatever else is around, and she actually settles in the middle floor, the idea is I could be able to stream and she sleeps on the bed that I've got next to the flight sim setup. That's the plan. But at the minute she comes upstairs onto the middle floor and she's super excited and she just thinks it's the most exciting place she's ever seen in the world. So it's very, very distracting for her, and she just can't settle. She's grabbing wires and she's like booping the rudder pedals, which is obviously not great if I'm trying to fly in an aeroplane in the sim. 220, 318. And speed's just tickled down a little bit. A little bit of cloud around us as well. Maximilian says, how can we calculate the approach speed for the 777? So you can pop in your estimated landing weight into the approach reference page there, and it will then calculate stuff. So depending on what flap setting you wish to use. However, I'm going to have to put the map light on. Hold on, where is it? There we go. You can press the screw there. I've hidden the tablet for today. Oh, that's very bright. Sorry guys, just blinding you all. What you can also do is go onto the home button and look at the performance tool, and you can go onto landing en route like so, configure it accordingly, set up I don't know, auto brakes 2. You can add 10 to your VREF if it's going to be really, really, really dangerously windy or whatever, and it will give you a little bit of a warning if your config's not quite right. Auto brake 3, so that extra 10 knots, look, is pushing it on the config. So now it's telling us auto brake 4. QNH has changed though, 1012. There is no defined release time yet, boots. So just bear that in mind. Look at that. Lovely. That's Hemel Hempstead on the nose below us. Can't quite see it. So then I think, is that Milton Keynes? Yeah, it is. That's Milton Keynes on the nose that we can just see ahead of us. The city of many roundabouts. Flo says, dear PMDG, I'm ready to purchase, please release. I have to wake up early tomorrow. You could, you know, thinking of your health, you could just go to sleep and then wake up tomorrow and buy it. It's not going anywhere. And that way you get a good amount of sleep, plus the ability to enjoy this post-release. This is hopefully coming out in the next couple of hours. Let's just hide that again for now. In fact, where's that little screw? There it is. Just going to bring that right in, then I'm going to hide it, because we'll use the airport maps to taxi in and show that as well. Bimby, yeah, effectively this is it's a 777 freighter. It's quite cool. It's a 777-200 LR, but with the wings of a 777-300 and engines from a 777-300 that are slightly derated from the 300ER, but uprated from the 200, I think, so that they carry a higher maximum takeoff weight. That with the engines and the extra bigger wings combined, all that kind of stuff. It's quite cool. They're actually fairly they're fairly new, actually, in comparison to a lot of other cargo aircraft that are operating in the skies at the moment. So we've put that V-speed in, haven't we, there, Belag. So we've put that in. V-speeds? You know what I mean? Specific speed constraints. Upduck at 220, pig at 220, Velag at 250, at or above 90 as well. That's quite important because the FMS didn't have that in the box. There's a load of little pockets of weather there as well from the weather radar. At some point we should have some decel lines and things. That weather radar, put its stuff back on. wing lights on and the logo lights. Yes! Look at that. Very nice. Really cool. I love how bright those emissives are. It's big kind of rear wing lights and everything as well, illuminating that leading edge of the wing. If we just go to this wing view here, illuminating that engine cowling and that sort of front leading edge of the wing, so we can identify any ice and things as well. That's pretty nice to see. Pop the wing lights off, leave the logo lights on though, because it's snazzy. 17,500 feet now. Bring that range ring in a tad bit more. And we've got the checklists ready for landing as well. Speed brakes arms, landing gear down, flaps 30. That's what we've gone for today. They will self-populate, so we can just get rid of that for now. Roger, I don't know what you mean, matey. Got floodlights. It could be YouTube compression. It does weird things to sounds and visuals. YouTube, but check your stream, because you should be able to output this stream from anything between 144p all the way through to 2K 60 frames per second, because that's how I'm pushing it all out at the moment. So I think DLSS is doing some weirdness, because I've noticed the altitude tape there is a little blurry, and then when I zoom in it's actually kind of okay again. But I think my sim seems to have reverted to DLSS, which is a bit odd. Should we check now? I know it breaks the immersion. What do you guys reckon? Let me know. Because it should be in TAA. Oh, Mathis, I've unloaded the cars for today. They're there. They should be there. Got all the cargo lights on, mood lighting. But they're unloaded for today, along with a couple of other pallets. Let me just quickly check. Oh, this is going to break immersion, which is going to trigger many people. Yeah. It should be TAA. Interesting. Ah, look at that. Beautifully crisp. So that's super weird, because I've not changed that. But look at the difference TAA makes. Yeah, good old DLSS making things all weird. Where's the plane? Oh, there it is. What the? Superb. Oh, so it's some of the finest product lines, and this is no bias or anything. I just genuinely love the 777-300 ER, and this as well. For those of you really wanting cargo, let's get a bit of drag out as well now. So let's get them speed brakes out. I just really thoroughly enjoy operating these 777s. How's that, Roger? Has that solved it for you, matey? Yeah, a little bit of that reflection over the wing surface. You can just about catch the speed brakes being extended there, reaching the speed target, gradually getting rid of those and tracting them accordingly. So, East Midlands traffic, World Express 601 Deltas, inbound with the QNH 1012 passing Velag for the Pigot transition, Heaven 1 Echo arrival ILS 27. We'll report turning base East Midlands traffic. Don't forget the live chat. If you haven't yet signed up to Navigraph, now's a great time. For just a few more days, I think to the 20th of December, you have the ability to get 1 extra month for free, courtesy of our friends at Navigraph, with an exclusive link to the channel. It's pinned in the live chat. The big recommendation from me is, if you can afford it, get Navigraph Unlimited Annual. And what you do is you save 25% compared to the monthly subscription. But add to that, with the link, an extra free month. That's pretty awesome. You get 13 months for about €85, and it's all the Navigraph charts, the nav data, the the ability to doodle on stuff. Now the new kind of traffic functionality as well. You can see where everyone is, which is really useful for Unicom sequencing. So I can see Pablo up ahead. He's off to Gatwick. So he's not an issue. Bigger. Cool. So yeah, well, actually we're looking pretty good. He hasn't got a flight plan. Right, let's pause the music. We can just get these juicy, dulcet tones of the GE90. Specifically, the GE90 110 Block 1 L2 engine. Okay, crossing up duck. Speed's now max 220 again. We'll just help it with a little bit of drag, so we're nice and quick and snappy with deceleration. That's all looking pretty good. I'm going to turn the weather radar off because it's going to be too distracting otherwise. VNav is wonderful at the moment, working really nicely. Holding the speed well in the turn. We'll follow that heading bug around to match the next direction of travel. Just pop it on 200 for now. Bigger at 2.8, that's good. Well, hey, landing lights are on, and we've illuminated the cloud around us. Oh yes, how's that for a light show? Let's go in front of it and get temporarily blinded. Look at that. That's ominous, isn't it? It's Faddy, welcome. Thanks for subscribing, buddy. Hope you're enjoying today's stream. Keep smashing the like button, folks. So we'll follow that all the way around as we brief, round to Pigot. From there we'll then continue the turn, and then that magenta line cutting through what looks like our hold at the moment is the next bit, and that's then en route into East Midlands. So final 10 minutes of the flight today now, folks. Quick final check of VATSIM again. We don't have any controllers online by the looks of it. That's a shame. Oh well. 1012. Just make sure that's in line. And one final check of the METAR in the live chat for you guys now as well. So Echo Golf November X-Ray is the arrival destination ICO for East Midlands. We've seen that mega TAF as well for the rest of the next 24 hours. Horrendous weather inbound. So that's the current TAF. 150 at 9, all the 9s, light rain, few at 4,500. QNH now 1011. So notice how quickly this is dropping now. Every 30 minutes, 1 hectopascal. And 1 hectopascal is the equivalent of 30 feet in altitude. So if I was to change that now, bam, that would be 8,900 if I went down from QNH 1013 to 1012. Again, it would be another 60 feet difference effectively between the local QNH and standard pressure, if that helps. Also, you might notice with that weather that I've just read out, we've now got effectively an 8 knot crosswind and a 2 knot tailwind component roughly. So again, it's within the capabilities of the aircraft, it's within the limits of the aircraft. We'll still send it, we'll stick with runway 27, that's the preferential runway at East Midlands. It also gives us the shortest taxi. Tick tick. So no auto brake, reverse thrust, we'll use manual brakes only, and we will have a slight tailwind for touchdown. We're going for VREF plus 5, so that's going to be 142. But we'll play it by ear. We might have to add a few knots again if we start to get issues.
Traffic design at 127 Charlie 3. We will hold short Alpha 1 in lineup and you need a takeoff.
2000 LNAV and VNAV speeds. So level 8 at Pigot then for the inbound. Slightly tighter turn now. Sort that out. Another wing view, why not? Mathis says, sorry, B101 asks Mathis in the live chat there, because we've got PMDG in the house today in the live chat. Welcome to Mathis and Robert Randazzo as well. Good to see you both. Appreciate everything, all the work, all the support. Says, will there be any information later today once or if the 777 freighter is out about the 2024 upgrade pricing, or is that still unknown based on the SDK issues, etc.? Mathis says, yes, all that information will be posted. Not necessarily today, I don't think, by the sounds of it. It's up for grabs. We'll see what happens. Watch this space, basically, B101. Who knows? I know a lot of people are waiting for information about that. Pulls down. So that's looking good. Slight offset on the track there, that's fine.
Charlie 3, Birmingham traffic. We'll line up and holding tree and Alpha 1 our line up.
So we don't have any controllers. It's doing actually a pretty good job with these tight turns. Oh, no pressure then. I hate nighttime landings in Flight Sim. It's hard enough on a 2D screen trying to get your depth perception, and this is me making excuses now already. It's hard enough getting your depth perception on a two-dimensional screen, even in 4K. But at night time, it's just even harder. Here comes that rain, look, smashing up against the windscreen that we saw on the forecast. Hope you brought your brollies with you. We'll be parking on the remotes. Right, where are we? So I'll just make sure I've got my charts ready. So this is the final section for today now, folks. So we've done the Hemel 1 Echo arrival, and we're now on that squiggly, badly drawn line that I did earlier, which is the initial approach from Pigot, which is here. So starting from Daventry 25 DME from the Daventry VOR, which is there, we then step down to 4,000 feet by 36 DME. We can track that using, on the right hand side of your screen, that left VOR for Daventry, currently 24.5 DME, and then 38 DME turning inbound to 2,000 feet for runway 27. That's where we're going to then establish. I still don't know what my keybinds are for the auto throttle disconnect, so we're going to just have to leave it in until touchdown. But what I will do is set 220 now. Flaps 1, just for a little bit of drag. That's actually, even though it's going to give us more lift, let's get rid of the charts, it's going to then also, adverse consequence of that, increase drag on the airframe. So extending those slats, getting flaps 1, yes, we get more lift, but we also conversely get more drag. And that means we can then begin to decelerate. We'll go down to 200 knots. And again, remember, auto brake off, 2 knot tailwind, 8 knot, oh actually that's just updated. It's now a 4 knot tailwind and an 8 knot crosswind. So we're on the cusp of changing runways here. Let's go to local pressure. B101, yeah, so that's the setting we've got enabled today, thankfully. So that's going to save us somewhat. Look at this, we're at 6,000 feet and we've got 62 knot crosswind at the moment. So that little arrow over there is our heading, and our track is 15 degrees. So we're actually kind of We're actually flying that
Birmingham
way.
traffic line at 27 Charlie X-ray, climbing 280.
Yes, actually, because this is the M1 motorway. I think, from memory. Might be wrong. Uh-oh. What's the failure? Yeah, look at that, look at that. You can actually now, with this view, you can see heading versus track. That's phenomenal. 60 knots still at 4,800 feet. Right, so that's going to be interesting. Slight tailwind, so it's going to be tricky for the aircraft to hold that LNAV path. But it should be okay. East Midlands, 11 DME. I'm actually going to bring us down to 180 now. Ready for the turn. Kegworth, that's the, yeah, Kegworth is just down here somewhere. We've got 12, 5 DME, so we've got a few miles left yet. 27. Just going to set 300 for now. It's the A1, Stuart. Yes, you're right, matey. I just had a quick look at the old map, and the M1
2500.
actually is the other side, isn't it? I think. We've got so flap 5. And East Midlands traffic, World Express 601 Delta is on a 10 mile final, runway 27 for the RLS. So get the approach mode active now anyway, it's far up. Feel disorientated. Hey Fred, yeah, I'm leaving the auto brakes off, matey. It's going to be manual brakes only for touchdown. Right, 9 miles, gear down. Flap 15. There's the runway. And we've now got... oh my god. 46 knots at 2,200 feet. Choffing heck. And the rain as well on the windscreen. So ADF 2.
Run at 27 Charlie X-ray, climbing 280.
535. That's East Midlands East. That's there in a couple of miles now. My goodness. Okay, right. So we'll set 260. So yeah, this is the start now of a mega storm. 160. Look how quickly everything starts to compress as well. Through 180 we can bring them flaps down, through flap 25 all the way to flap 30 for final configuration. Gears down and green, park brakes off. That's all set, the missed approach is briefed. Lights and signs. 160. 201, 137. There we are, there she is. Lovely job. We'll leave it at 2,100 now. I think that might have been the mistake I made earlier. Just tickle that in there. Right, missed approach is climbed straight ahead to 3,000 or 8.8 DME. EME, whichever is earliest, to then turn right to the lock centre at 3,000 and then hold, or as directed. Captain Wazza says, thought about taking the ATR out for a spin. Do it, mate. 143, 142. I think we're ready, folks. Let's send it. Still 43 knots. So one heck of a crosswind at the minute at 1,900. I have no idea how well this touchdown is about to be to go for us. I need to flare less than before because I overcooked that slightly. That's one heck of a crosswind. I'm just keeping an eye on that speed because I might add a couple of knots. I might round it to 145 for a safety margin, potentially. But we're looking good. East Midlands traffic, World Express 601, Delta short final 2 miles, ILS 27. Oh, knew I forgot something, so I thought I'd check the checklists. Autothrottle is doing a good job of this. Now we've got 22 knot crosswind. Autopilot off. My controls. I'm going to leave the autothrottle in. $15 knot crosswind. And a 2-3 knot tailwind potentially, roughly. That's what we're working with at the moment. That's why it's probably helpful. Wee, little bit of sink then. Wow. Okay, this is veering now.
300.
Look at that needle on the nav display, although I can't really look much more.
200. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Okay. No. Toga. East Midlands traffic. World Express 601 Delta's going around. Wind shear short final. Just set 180. And is it gear up flap 15? What we got? Let's go LNAV. Yeah, LNAV, VNAV, autopilots. Oh boy. You know what? That's my fatal error there. Interestingly enough, that's exactly what a Jet 2 flight did a little while ago. They got disorientated and ended up pushing down far too strongly on the stick from a altitude error where they set 100 feet on the MCP on short final, and I've pretty much just done the same kind of thing there, which is pretty naughty. But anyway, let's just let it sort itself out. Insufficient fuel. Right, and we'll calm itself down now, because that got a little bit crazy, didn't it? I'm always a bit rubbish at missed approaches. Okay, so we're just continuing out now, runway heading. And I'm actually going to use, for situational awareness, ease on the ground, take nil. I know we've got someone in on final. Where are they? Belfast, BE, EGPH, PH. Alrighty. I think we're pretty much... Okay, we've got a bit of time actually, so let's go to... we'll go to self vectors now. Heading mode, left turn. Oh, that's super scary then, Mathis. Nobody's working on the release, everybody's watching. What have we got? Let's go for 170. Let's whack the speed back to 200. Just bring them flaps up. Out of 15. Go flap 5. And don't forget now, this is going to give us one heck of a drift, right? So I've set 170 degrees. But look at our track, it's 157. And we've got this 49 knot crosswind now, which is actually pushing us all the time closer towards East Midlands. There's a little bit of a learning point, I guess. You can flick across to heading versus track. So we could set a different, we could actually set a specific track value, which in conditions like this is actually really quite useful. So for the downwind, I want sort of 090 degrees. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set track 090, and the aeroplane will then compute where it wants the nose to point for the heading in order to get the right track, bearing in mind the conditions at the minute, which are pretty hectic. Just working out towards this 8-mile fixed ring at the minute. 3,000 feet's fine. And I've gone non-standard from the missed approach, just to vector ourselves back in to sequence with the traffic that we've got coming in at the moment as well. B101 says people want a CTD, a crash to Donny. No thanks. I'm going to try a keybind here. No, it's not that one. It's not that one either. It's not that one. It's not any of those. It's not that one. Right, so I don't know. It doesn't appear my auto throttle disconnect works anymore, my keybind. Oh well. And East Midlands traffic, World Express 601 Delta is entering a left downwind on the go around for runway 27. We'll report turning base. A lot of rain. So this is going to get us down here pretty quick now, right? Look at our ground speed, 250 knots. So we're actually 50 knots faster than our indicated airspeed, at 50 knots effectively, pushing us on the downwind leg all the way. And you'll notice with track 090, we've actually got a heading of 097 degrees, just to try and counter in for that little bit of drift that we might get. She's doing well though. This is the second time I've flown a 777 for quite a few months now. Various other things in the meantime, and I'm knocking off one hell of a lot of rust. Look at the strobes and everything with this amount of cloud and the fog that we're in at the minute. Bouncing off that, reflecting off it beautifully. Oh, John, well I would add the 5 knots, but actually it's the tailwind that... yeah. It's that switch to the tailwind that catches you, so that's why we do kind of need the 5 knots. But similarly, I need to rebox this approach now, we've got a minute as well. So ILS 27. We're going to go Daventry 33, Daventry 36. That'll do us. Let's get the terrain mode on, just so we can see where we're going. Where's my charts for the missed approach? So East Midlands East at 5 miles down to 2,000 feet. So a little bit of terrain ahead. Actually, we can slow this to 180. And what this will actually do is give us a nice bit of deceleration for the turn now, because we're going to get pushed quite quickly. So if I now set kind of a heading that's north, the aeroplane's going to slip east all the time in this turn because of that 60 knot, 50 knot tail, the tailwind that we've got at the moment. What have we got? 5.8 tons of fuel. Keeps warning us about insufficient fuel, but that's fine. We'll disregard that for now. Just rearm those e-brakes. I'm gonna go full cargo style this time, John, and send it regardless. Even if we touch those wheels down and then have to abort and go around again, we'll give it a shot. But it got quite unstable quite quickly on that final approach, didn't we? We ended up getting pushed up too high, too close towards the airfield, lost that rate of descent with that crosswind that suddenly switched to a tailwind, and then there we go. But yeah, 4 knot tailwind, folks, 8 knot crosswind pushing us to the north. I'm actually going to bail out my original idea as well and set auto brake 3. So it's one less thing for me to worry about. 9338. Oh, look at that! They're waving us in. Please don't hit us. Turn all the lights on. This DHL pilot's had a stout. He's had a can of diddly squat stout. Miles, 8's level there, 2,000, which is what we're at the moment. 3,000 set the mist. Let's start the turn. Remember, we're still going to get that drift north all the time. I'm going to set 290 this time. Heading mode, disarm the approach mode as well. It's got 180, flaps 5. I can do it, Tony. Don't call me Shirley. Oh, look at that. The wind's pushed us straight over. I was a bit too late at that turn, but it's okay. She'll still handle it. Let's let her settle. We've got time. Get down flap 15. East Midlands traffic, World Express 601 Deltas. Re-established ILS 27, 8 miles. Can't see the runway anymore. Chuffy neck. .160, gears down and green. Auto brake 3 this time, speed brakes armed. We've checked all that data again. We've reboxed for the second approach. Lights and sides. Through 180, let's get all the flaps down to 30. 199, 137. Yeah. Who reckons I'm going to be on my roof in about 3 minutes? Is that the bet you're on about, Mathis, yeah? Right, so 41 knots still. This is rather crazy, isn't it? This is just the start of what's to come. My goodness. 6 miles. I'll set 142 is what we set before. I'll round it to 145 this time, just for an extra 3 knots. There's the approach. There's the rain as well hitting the windscreen. So we're pointing that way. We're actually flying that way. So that's heading versus track. Let's see, missed approach. Climb straight ahead. So actually I'm going to use track mode for the missed approach, because that's going to be really vital. I'm going to get her settled at 145 early and just see how she handles this. Before the glide slope, gears down, flaps 30, we're ready to go. Attempt number 2. About to touch the glide slope. And East Midlands traffic, World Express 601 Deltas, short final 4 miles on the glide, ILS 27. I'm weirdly nervous about this one now, you know. Well, welcome to all of you if you are just tuning in, watching the touchdown today. Hope you are enjoying the content. Hit like as well, don't forget to hit subscribe if you're new to the channel, join us in that live chat. Let us know what you reckon this touchdown rating is going to be. Having just done a go around, fairly sloppy go around. Sorry. Squeaky bum time indeed, was there? There's that switch of the weather a little bit there. Better call the old traffic guys who are like, close the M1 quickly.
1,000.
Check. So I need to take the first officer out, John, is that what you're saying? Then 0 witnesses. Okay, right, we'll just ignore that for now. My controls. Come on, girl. Smooth and steady. Smile and wave, boys. There's that sink again. That change in that weather now. I'm actually just going to let it settle a little bit. Oh yeah, look at that. This is well spicy. Jeez. Everyone's screeching off the M1 in panic. Oh, I'm fighting this.
Minimums. 50. 30.
Whoa.
20. 10.
Chuffing heck. Woo! Correction for the rudder. Whoa! We're down. Reverse green. Decelerating. Auto brake 3. 102 foot per minute. 80 knots. Actually, just leave it in now because this is going to be quite nice to vacate. Manual brakes. Get rid of that reverse thrust. And we'll vacate the hotel. A little bit more on the brakes. There we go. Look at that. You know it's difficult landing when you get the chuffing neck. It only comes out when it's like this. Alright, superb. Look at this weather, folks. My goodness. East Midlands traffic. World Express 601 Delta's vacated 27 taxiing to the DHL stands. If you want. Swim and climb, that's the one, matey. Welcome, Andrew. Hope you're well. Okay, auto brake. Speed brake disarmed, that will be retracted. Flaps back to 0. Auto brakes on disarm at the moment. Let's turn that system off. And we can plop the flight directors off as well. Runway turn off lights off. Taxi lights to stay on. Strobe lights, landing lights. And is it east parking? No. We had this before, didn't we? GSX, GA apron, (102). So 102 foot per minute, ever so slightly off the centre line there. 105G, quite nice, right? Aaron, yes, but don't forget, he's now gone to a 5 knot tailwind. A lot of airports have a preferential runway system, so they will use the primary runway still, even in conditions of sort of 4 knots tailwind. Perfectly fine, it's well within the aircraft's capability. It's just we get in our head flight simulation that, oh, it's a tailwind, we can't possibly land with that. But actually we can, and aircraft do in real life. It's a bit more challenging, granted. You've just seen there the extra difficulty that we've had with the conditions. But it gets through it. Let's turn that terrain mode off. Oh, we can pop that transponder off as well. There we go. Hopefully not too much longer to wait for you folks now for the PMDG 777 freighter. We've got Jeff over there on the stands with his little light show, waving us in. Hopefully we can get that star nice and parked. Just taking his guidance. This is GSX now guiding us in. And hopefully you guys are going to really enjoy it. It's a superb package, as we can come to expect with a lot of these products anyway. Those of you flying for Osprey Airways, then it's already been added to the fleet. We've got multiple airframes ready to go, and our livery creators waiting for its release as well, so they can get started on some Osprey World Cargo Magic liveries. Heart brake set. And with that, we've got a whole load of routes on the network ready to go for you to dive into as well. So let's get her shut down. We'll start to disembark. I've just blinded the ground crew by accident. Oh, sorry, Jeff. My goodness. We can go into here. This does have all of the the Navigraph moving maps and all that kind of stuff as well, which is really nice. Set chocks. Well, we might as well request the ground power, and then GSX. Request disembarkation. There we go. Yeah, Jeff now needs to be medically retired, having been blinded by our 777 lights. Let's turn the beacon off as well. And we'll get now our score for that touchdown on New Sky. See how well we actually did. 10. Lovely. 48,791 for the profit. 30 minutes delayed. That's obviously that go around. We've got a great touchdown in challenging conditions there. And you can see when we spoke about the drift from weather, heading versus track mode, we set that heading of kind of south. Look at that drift that we got with that 50 odd knot wind going eastbound. So yeah, pretty good. Wind shear detected there on New Sky as well. What else have we got here? Spoilers, spoilers, spoilers. That's us fighting the controls. Yeah, happy days. Really happy with that. Handled quite well, albeit sloppy with the go around. Disarm all. Cargo main. There we go, that's opening. Lovely jubbly. There she is, look at that. It looks superb at night time as well, doesn't it? With this primary Devco scenery. The links for this are in the description below as well. But there we go. Good luck to PMDG, Robert Randazzo, Mathis, and the entire development team behind the 777 freighter. Great job. You guys are going to love it. And it's going to open up a whole load of cargo work in the sim as well. Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, of course. Keep your eye on the PMDG forums for all of the official announcements, things like release times, pricing structures, updates, change logs, and MSFS 2024 compatibility coming soon as well. Hopefully we'll find out more information there. But in the meantime, as always, enjoy the weekend ahead. Those of you looking forward to the storm that's about to hit the UK, dive in, enjoy it. Let us know over in our Discord server how you're getting on. But in the meantime, as always, take care. Thanks for watching. I'm off to go and work tomorrow in the weather. I'll see you soon. Have a good one. Enjoy the release.